Alrighty. Hello. Welcome back, folks. Roth here. We got a view of our desks. So yeah, welcome back. We're going to be looking through another stack of magazines. So these are some magazines that I collected since the 90s. So a lot of them I bought with my own money. I would spend I wouldn't say most of my money, but like a lot of these magazines were like $5, averaging around $5 each. And I would visit the stores, food stores, newsstands, and a lot of bookstores that would have like magazine stands. And then I would check each issue of Electronic Gaming Monthly, aka EGM, Game Pro. Sometimes it would be like a Nintendo Power. So I was all into that. So yeah, so far I think the past couple of nights we actually went back to viewing some of these, because I just happened to have like a stack of them ready to show in past streams. And then like a couple of nights ago, as I was playing Mario Kart 64, as like a throwback, since Nintendo just showed off the new Mario Kart World to the world during the Switch 2 Direct. I thought to bring out the stack of magazines that I had onto the side, onto the desk, and then we decided to look through them. And I thought, you know what, this would be a good idea to stream under the Twitch categories that they added, which would be Y2K, hauls. We had a little bit of a snack time as well, so we fit that one in. There's also Double Trouble, but I don't really. I think that would require like a second person to do Double Trouble. So, anyways, I think tonight we're gonna possibly go through maybe a few more of the game magazines, and then finally get to some of the anime ones. So we covered this one already. This is the EGM issue July 1995. I used to look through this one a lot. I used to actually draw Crystal Donald here playing as Robin. Batman Forever, Val Kilmer, may he rest in peace. He actually passed away just like a couple days ago, or a few days ago I should say by now. Great actor, and yeah, I wish we could have seen more of him. Top Gun, Real Genius, Willow, Batman Forever, playing as Bruce Wayne there. So yeah, this issue would show like the Ultra 64. I think this is the same one that had the Earthbound ad. So you may have seen this. I showed this a couple of times the past couple of nights, where it's just a scratch and sniff. So I'll put that to the side. One thing I didn't get to do is I would show like the side of it, side spines of them. But there's like Wizard Magazine we went through, Game Pro we went through. So I think these top 4 or 5 ones here we already got through. Issue of Game Informer here that's lost its cover, and yeah, we went through this one as well. So we did like a thorough flip through all the pages and stuff. And then Return to Gaming Monthly here. This is August 1996. Goes for $4.99. One thing to note is that when I was a kid, I was a big fan of the Mortal Kombat series, and any issue of either EGM, Game Pro, if I see like screenshots or new art of Mortal Kombat or Mortal Kombat 2, or even Mortal Kombat 3, which we'll probably get to, I had to get that issue, So there's bound to be a whole lot of Mortal Kombat at least in either one of these issues. So Wizard Magazine there, keep up with comics. Another thing to note that I've been noticing is that there's like a mishmash of comics, movies, games, and music, ads in the form of ads that's like well integrated in a lot of these magazines. So let's put these to the side for now. The ones we covered in the past couple of streams, I'll just put them to the side. We did a whole thorough look through or read through. I'm not sure how to word it. This is all new. I haven't really done like any like magazine showings like this, where it's mostly just all focused on magazines. ever. So this is like, yeah, you know, trying to find like the right terms for some of these you know, words and sentences. But yeah, look how you know, thick this this one issue of GamePro is. Probably one of the thickest and oldest issue that I own in my collection. So this was a hand-me-down from a friend, a classmate at the time. I was in the 4th grade, and this was a January 1994 issue. I remember this having it was all in one piece, but then like over time, you know, since this is like the oldest issue that I have, I looked through it a lot, and I guess, you know, the big piece of it just like must have torn off since then. And I do recall seeing that, and I felt bad about it. So yeah, so you want to look at the past broadcasts, go over to the YouTube channel. That's where we have most of the archives at. But yeah, I love the GamePro art. Whoever the artist is that does the art for GamePro covers, like I used to love looking at, like, you know, all their arts. I just appreciate just the style of it, you know, very comic look to it. But yeah, over time you start to see like an evolution of different Mortal Kombat characters as they continue to you know, feature more iterations. So Mortal Kombat 2, Mortal Kombat 3, and so on. Let's put that to the side. This issue is a more like generic one, but because it featured the 64DD, I had to grab it. This must have been from like either, I'm trying to think of where I got this. It must have been from a computer store, like either man, I'm forgetting some of the names. I don't think it was like Borders or Barnes and Nobles. It must have been either CompUSA or the one that was in Boston. I forgot what that one is called. Micro Center, yeah, either Micro Center or CompUSA. So I remember just seeing this and seeing the N64, big N64 on the cover, and then this is 64DD. So for folks who are not aware of the 64DD, this was like a expansion or add-on for the N64 that was canceled for the US. It was released in Japan and Japan only, I think, and then it just never released outside Japan. And they had, I think, Doshin the Giant was one of the games that you can play on there, but it was meant to add more memory or storage space in addition to the one you load at the top. So even though we have an actual N64 over there, that's my childhood N64. The top there, you know, remove that, and there will be like a little expansion slot and component that you add in there, meant to play 2 titles at least. There was Donkey Kong 64, and then Zelda Majora's Mask. And then even more with this add-on, you play more games that would support more, you know, more space, more RAM on the for that specific game. So, so I adjusted the lamp a little bit, moved around so everything looks a lot more brighter and clearer. And I feel like I should have done that soon ahead of time. But now, like, I feel like the more I do these desk cam views, and where it's just focused on, you know, like something like this, where it's like either art or desk cam, the more ready we are to get this prepared and have it look more, you know, more viewable, I guess. I don't know. Let's try to word it. So we'll probably go through this one. There's one issue of GameFan that I have. I think there's a strategy guide in this one, and then I've had some old folders from my teenage years. These would have some of the drawings that I've drawn and a whole bunch of anime stuff. And let me see if I can bring another stack over here. I gotta be careful because I don't want to damage any of it. And then we have this stack of Animerica and Tokyo Pop, one issue of Tokyo Pop. I would go over to Suncoast Video to get these. And Suncoast Video is no longer around. I think there's only like 2 in the world right now that still exists. I'm not sure if they still operate, but they've closed since then. Since I don't know what year that they closed down, but sign on Discord real quick. But yeah, hopefully eventually we'll get to this. But I think for now we'll start off with the game magazine. So stay tuned. I might want to have maybe 1 issue of this in the background, just in case. But here, I'll show like a little. This might seem a little more like Hall's category, but yeah, I would go to Suncoast Video like every month. What year was it? Like 1997 or so, 1998, 1997, whichever year. Doesn't show the year. But yeah, these would cost. Like, still has the price tag on it. Like, this is how old it was. But I was never subscribed to it. I would just go into the store and buy an issue of Animerica. But we'll get to them. I'll detail more about it once we get to them. So Animerica, more and more tend to stack up, but then eventually I wasn't able to get any more issues. I remember this one specifically. I was in homeroom, like junior high, I think I was in there when I got it. And then there's like a catalog from Right Stuff. So I tend to try to keep them organized to whatever category it is. And then, just stack them together. I'm gonna try and bring out 1 issue so I can just have it. Okay, how about this one here of Evangelion Neon Genesis? I'll put it in the background for now. And I don't know about the art. Maybe I'll bring the art. Actually, if there's enough room, I could probably just keep it like that. So let's keep it organized here. And then yeah, we'll get through these issues. So this is a more generic magazine issue. Don't really read much of this, but because they covered the 64DD, I thought to pick it up whichever store it was. So let's see. Let's get through some of these. 64. Yeah, we were playing some Mario Kart 64 last night. Wasn't last night, or a couple nights ago. And then all just like started going through some of my old magazines again. Actually, we had to go into storage to find a stack of the Animericas. And the past like few weeks, I've been mentioning Animerica, and now I guess it's a good time to actually show some of my collection. So here we are. All right. For some reason, I couldn't get the YouTube to boot up on the Switch, so instead I just like unplugged the HDMI and connected to the other PC, so I could just play music from there. Blast off! Nintendo 64's 64-bit game machine finally launches and takes the gaming world by storm. Japanese launch. What went wrong? Shipping 800,000 systems to Japanese market in 1 month, and a total of 1 million in 10 weeks. The hype for the N64 quickly died down. In fact, Nintendo had to revise their shipping schedule several times to prevent inventory gluts from triggering a price collapse. There was good news for the US market, however, it meant many more systems were shipped to meet US demand than originally planned. So this is what happened in the past with the N64. I like how the camera is looking a lot more smoother and brighter than before. So, with the whole price increase in price for newer Nintendo systems now, and the hot topic of like, oh yeah, the Switch 2 is so expensive and games are so expensive, and then now Nintendo has to deal with like the tariff, and I think the latest news right now that a lot of people are talking about is that was it like they had manufacturer set up in Vietnam for the Switch 2, and they wanted to avoid the tariffs and all that, and then all of a sudden, you know, it was just a bad time to release the system, and you know, poor choice, I guess, moving the location, manufacturing location to Vietnam. But yeah, of all places, you know, like, and then like I don't know the whole details of that, but seemingly the price is either going to go way higher to produce it there in Vietnam, or they could you know, lower the price completely. But man, like, even with the N64, they had a tough time trying to sell the system and produce a system, having enough shipments to America and stuff, and America. But yeah, you know, the same pattern goes like each generation. Maybe not so for every generation, but like looking through the past magazines like this, you know, like I feel like, you know, we're onto something, you know. But yeah. And then, you know, like, out comes the N64, and they're trying to push at least 500,000, or maybe a quarter of it. And then, yeah, there's more details here that this issue would cover. North American launch, A New Hope there. Through some thought the numerous launch delays would hurt Nintendo's sales in the US, N64 launch broke almost every sales record throughout ever thought possible, much more spectacular than the Japanese launch, and the popularity of the N64 in the US still continued to grow at an alarming rate. Surprise, surprise, the Nintendo 64 was officially unveiled to American public for the first time in May 1996 at Electronic Entertainment Exposition E3, also known as E3, that no longer exists, I guess. Or at least they don't have any more shows, I think, for the past year or so, since the past year. Show held in LA. Nintendo gave the N64 price tag of $249.95 with only the system, one great controller, and an AC adapter. So my system's right there. I think I still have my box for my N64. And I think the time that we bought it, it was a little after launch. I know for sure it was a little after Ocarina of Time had already released, like the initial release of it. So it must have been like either 98, 99. So even before then, I was still playing like Super Nintendo and stuff, older systems. Hey there, Clyde. Welcome back. Yeah, we got some old magazines to go through. I don't know if you've seen any of these before, but this is my collection. We were about to see. I don't know if you caught the past two streams, but we've been going through some of my old magazines, and revisiting the past. But I was mentioning how I still have my SD4, the box. My SD4 is right here. This is the childhood SD4 right here. It no longer boots up correctly. It still may need some better cleaning, or I may have to disable it or assemble it to see what's wrong on the inside. It used to boot up before, but then after a while it started to die out. But I still have the box. I actually still have the box for this SD4, and the price for it was $149.99, I think, roughly around there, $99.95. But it was like $100 less than the launch price when I went to look at it. So we got ours sometime, I want to say 98, 99, just shortly after Ocarina of Time. Actually, Clyde is an old friend of mine. I know personally, locally as well. Longtime friend, middle school friend, and I think it was actually due to him where I think I gave him money to buy the copy of Ocarina of Time back when the game was still brand new, like still hot. And yeah, the next day that was my copy of Ocarina of Time, which I still have that box for, and I've shown it many times before in the past. But yeah, oh, here's the Link figure from '98, the the old Link figure. That was a gift from a friend as a birthday present, because he knew that I liked the Zelda franchise. So let me see, AC adapter and stereo AC cable included. This would mark the first time Nintendo has ever released a system in the US without a pack-in game. Yeah, because before that, Super Nintendo would be packed in with Super Mario World, and then the NES would be with Super Mario Brothers / Duck Hunt. There would be the action set. And the same goes with the Super Nintendo. That was packed in with like Super Mario World and stuff. Because they would have like different sets, action sets, a standard set or whatever, and sometimes the deluxe set for both of those. And then the N64, it was just like the standard system alone, and then like, yeah, just no pack-in game. So we reached like a new era, and that's when you know like the system was built for graphics, but then it came out later than like some of the other systems, like the PlayStation. I think Sega Saturn wasn't too far from the PlayStation, and then out comes the N64. So yeah, it was a pretty tough time for Nintendo to keep up with the market and stuff, and keeping up with demands for all regions. So you might see the same fate, or may not, with the Switch 2. And it's funny how it all correlates, like comparing the past to the present. Like it's wild, like we do get like the pack-in, I guess the digital version of Mario Kart World with Switch 2, but then there's also the standalone, just the system alone, that costs $445 or $449, $450, and then like the $500, $499 for the with the game digital. I do wish that they would pack in like a physical version of the game, like how they did with the GameCube. But with the story with the GameCube, I think they had to drop the price to $99 first, and then have the Mario Kart Double Dash bundle, which that was the version that I got. And I still have the box for that too. Hey there, Josh, welcome back. You liking these magazine streams? Thanks. Very common. So yeah, so there's another old magazine here. There's like another generic one. But it's like 64DD. I had to to get it. But yeah, I haven't looked through this specific magazine for a long time. At least probably 2 decades. I don't know how long. It might be an exaggeration, but like at least a decade and a half. Probably close to like 2 decades. But yeah, reading some of these from some of these old articles, and then like it just, I don't know, it matches with like what's happening right now in the modern times with the Switch 2, which is so strange. But like, I feel like Nintendo could do something about it, because they've done this before. They've been through this before. So I'm curious to see what they would do. Would they raise the price? Would they adjust the price in any way? So far, I think the only thing that they've done so far is that they've delayed the pre-orders for the Switch 2. So it's no longer April 9th, 2025. I guess it's still in limbo until we find out what the deal is next for the pre-orders. Welcome back, Ben. Why didn't I start a streak of magazines? Today I was playing Mario Kart 64. You stopped playing? I know, right? I don't know. I just got into it. Like once I saw some of these old magazines, I was like, wow, this could be an idea for like a good stream. To just to go through some of these old magazines, because I haven't gone through these for a long time. And instead of doing the games, like playing the games themselves, I mean, I'm still doing that, but magazines are also part of like the whole sort of like, I don't know, that generation. Like we're going back to the 90s, I feel, with this thing. And then like, I guess in addition to like how Twitch is celebrating their April Fool's thing, so with the whole 4 categories that they're temporarily adding for a limited time. This fits right in with the Y2K category, and also the Halls category. We can't do both. We gotta pick one of them and just go about it. So yeah, that brings us to another magazine stream. There's gonna be more, I promise. There's gonna be more. Oh, speaking of which, yeah, remember the trending, I don't know how to word this, the whole Elmo toy? Big Elmo toy for the holiday season? I think this was back in like 96, 97? To go meet Elmo for $500, firm only 3. And there's a number to call there, after 5 please. S64 with Mario or Pilot Wings, 750 or bust, oh my gosh. Christmas Madness. Elmo for sale. Yeah, let's just... I remember that year. Every family, even my aunt, my uncle was trying to look for Tickle Me Elmo. Top-selling games of 1996. Super Mario 64, Star Wars Shadow of the Empire, Killer Instinct Gold, Cruisin' USA, Wave Race 64, and Mortal Kombat Trilogy. I was one of the Wave Race guys. I didn't even grab Super Mario 64. I had to go to a neighbor's house to play it. Other than that, my uncle would have it as well. But no one I knew had like Wave Race, so Wave Race was my go-to. Killing Instinct Gold, neighbors would have it. Cruising USA, neighbors would have it. Same thing with Mortal Kombat Trilogy. But I was more the Wave Race guy. Which I don't know where that copy went. After it moved, like a lot of my like a portion of my stuff has been lost during the move. 64 reviews, Star Fox 64, Hexen. Also, by the way, I don't know if you've seen any of these magazines before, but we got Animerica lined up pretty soon, possibly in the next hour or so, because I will take my time going through each of these issues, but eventually I want to get into the Animerica. Maybe even tomorrow too. I don't know if I want to come back tomorrow to do more magazines, but we'll see. It is in queue. International Superstar Soccer, 64. Dark Rift. War Gods. I remember War Gods. It's a fighting game. It's like a 3D fighting game, but it's I don't know. It wasn't well liked, I guess, or maybe it was. Let's say like overall 4.5. I would always see like the cover for it in places. Doom 64. They actually have this on the N64 app. Oh wait, 4.5 out of 10, not a 5. Yeah, so I was right the first time. Wait, explore the realm of fighting deities from the creators of Mortal Kombat. No wonder I kept seeing this, because it's by the same team that did Mortal Kombat. I never played it though. Actually, maybe I did. I probably didn't like it as much as Mortal Kombat, because it's like around the time of like 3D fighters, and then Mortal Kombat Gold or Mortal Kombat 4 was the 3D one that I did not enjoy as much as the original trilogy. So Doom 64 we're here with a 6.5 out of 10. Also now on the it's been brought back and put on like a variety of different systems. FIFA Soccer, Blast Corps, another one that's been added to the N64 app for Switch. Turok has also been added to Switch. Mario Kart 64, of course, got it right there. NBA Hang Time, I almost called it Hang 10 again. Star Wars Shadow of the Empire. I think the one Star Wars game that I played on N64 was that Racers one, and I think that's the only Star Wars that I ever tried. Cruising USA, I loved it a lot. I wish they would add both USA and World to N64 app. No idea if and when they would, but I would love to see some cruising on there. Cam quality a lot better, yeah, because I had to move the lamp. I wanted to get the lighting a little bit better. I did mention the last couple nights that I wanted to get get it to look a lot more clear and brighter. And that is if I would turn on the other lamp. But yeah, I had to move it around because it would require me to stand and use 2 arms to do it. So now tonight it's a lot better than the other nights. Killer Instinct Gold. Probably played this one. This Fulgor there, Orchid. Played this a lot with Assist. Assist would use a skeleton guy, I forgot his name. Then I would stick to Cinder a lot, because Cinder you can do the combo more easily. Wayne Gretzky's, and then Mortal Kombat Trilogy there. Trilogy was pretty good, but you gotta get Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3. I think that was the go-to Mortal Kombat. But this was a 4.5. Interesting. Possibly because it's a port. Otherwise, I think playing it on some of the other systems is the better way to go, or even in arcade. Just Wave Race 64 with a 9.5. It's a great title. I'd love to go back to this one. I wish I can find my old cartridge though for it. I want to see my old records. I know some of them has been saved over. Like most of my records have been saved over and lost since I let someone borrow it, and then after that I just never cared to play it again. I didn't want to try and redo my time trials again. Halloween 64. I think that was a launch. This was the launch here. See, and again, like they keep showing the same sort of giveaway as we saw in the previous mags. Ultimate Gaming Rig. This time is worth over $20,000. You get a PlayStation 1 with an arcade stick, N64, and a Sega Saturn and PC. And you get like that TV, and look at that deck again. The deck stack. Oh, and this time they add like a satellite dish to it. So that's like an additional. It was like 18,000, and now I guess you add the 2,000 with the satellite dish. Oh, here we go. We got some controllers. Third-party controllers. Interact Shark Pad. Did not have that one. Wow. Yeah, N64 controller, it was not affordable. I think at first. Until... No, I don't know. Was it $29.95? I remember getting like a third-party controller that wasn't as pricey. It's like a $20. It's like either I think it was like a Mad Catz or something, but I don't see that Mad Catz controller on here, and I don't have that Mad Catz controller anymore. I remember my neighbor would have this one here, the Super Pad 64. Oh, this one was cool too. This one was also silver, the Ultra 64 Pro from Nyko too. I can see that one's still available. The glove. Love the glove. It's so bad. Then I remember looking at this the same page. I remember seeing that Nyko one and seeing how cool it looked now compared to even the stock one, because of how like silver it is. The incredible bulk. Oh man. Added storage space. So that's what it is. It's the added storage space with 64DD. Oh, and also it would be rewritable. Writable factor. Yeah. So you insert this, and then it would just be rewritable. I wonder how the loading times for the 64DD would be like. Oh yeah, here's the screenshot. I remember seeing this old screenshot here for Zelda Gaiden, the next upcoming Zelda game at the time. Or was it just Zelda, like Ocarina of Time, that was in development or something? Legend of Zelda DD by Nintendo being developed by a separate team from the cartridge version. Zelda DD is supposed to be a completely new game. Also, so this was the Majora's Mask So yeah, Zelda Gaiden was also the other name, code name that people would mention. And this was the 64DD version in development. And yeah, this was the screenshot that I described back when I was playing Majora's Mask, when I was streaming Majora's Mask. I was like, man, there were magazines. I would mention about like, oh yeah, there were magazines, screenshots in magazines where I'd see and recall the town, the view of the town looking so big. You know, the streets were so wide, and this was one of those screenshots right here. So, a new look for Link. I guess this is adult Link, and then you would see like the UI a bit. I guess later screenshots they would start showing the that sort of a time hood at the bottom and stuff. So I guess in this screenshot you don't see it yet. But in later screenshots, I guess you start seeing them. Mario Paint 64, 64DD, SimCity 64, Fire Emblem 64. I don't think we ever got a Fire Emblem on the 64. Earthbound 64, Mother 3. We were just looking at the Earthbound ad just last night, the night before, and I forgot which issue, which magazine it was that had screenshots of Earthbound 64. It may have been like Nintendo Power, but yeah, would love to see those again. Sequel to the hilarious Super Nintendo RPG and its predecessor, which was only released in Japan for the 8-bit Famicom system. EB64 promises to be one of the most revolutionary RPGs of our time, and it never released. I would love to one day see like this iteration of Earthbound 64. Similar to how they released Star Fox 2 with the Super Nintendo bundle thing. That'd be awesome. Creator by Nintendo Software Creations, a 3D Paint music and animation program. Of all the games on this list, this is the only one that's not completely confirmed. It's still a stronger rumor, huh? Cabbage by Nintendo, an RPG designed by Shigesato Itoi of Mother fame, Earthbound guy. It is supposedly going to be similar in nature to Bandai's Tamagotchi toys that took Japan by storm. Cabbage? Wow. I rarely hear about Cabbage at all. Pocket Monster 64. Look at this. That's how they call Pokemon back then. Pocket Monster. Oh, by the way, if you haven't seen it yet, we got some I dug up some old gold-plated Pokemon cards. This was a thing that you get from a Burger King kids meal back in like '99. And this is why all this fits in with like the whole Y2K category, because you know, look around, like we got the N64, we got the Game Boy Color, we got Pokemon stuff. Pokemon was at its height in 1999. But yeah, Pocket Monster 64. I remember reading about this and how they were developing one for the home console. I guess in turn we had Pokemon Snap, which I still have a copy of, and then Pokemon Stadium, which I think I also have. Oh, I'm looking at it right now. It's over to my left, but it's like out of arm's reach. Pokemon Stadium. Pokemon is an insanely popular game for the Game Boy in Japan, where players breed and trade monsters in an RPG-like environment. Perfect fit for the 64DD, especially if it comes with a modem. Were they planning online with this Pocket Monster 64 game? Super Mario 64 2 by Nintendo. Wow. Again, this is like 64 games or 64DD games in development. Super Mario 64 2. Even though not many people are talking about this one yet, it's going to be one of the most anticipated sequels of all time. Expect more of everything. Fast forward to 2025, man. Super Mario RPG 2 by Nintendo. You seeing this one? Super Mario RPG 2, aka what turned out to be Paper Mario. Square has nothing to do with the sequel. It's one of the 5 games, along with Zelda 64, Yoshi's Island 64, F-Zero 64, and Jungle Emperor Leo, that Miyamoto is giving his full commitment to. The first one ruled. Oh man. Yeah, the first one did rule. Unreal by GT, Interactive, Epic, and DMA Design. Report of upcoming first-person Quake killer for PCs. Unreal's graphics are just that. Unreal. I wonder if this was meant to be Unreal Tournament for the N64. Because I think by then they would have... Oh, I don't remember if Quake was on N64. I know they had Doom 64 and they had Duke Nukem. But that would be awesome if they had like an Unreal Tournament game on there. But it's a lot more to read. There's like specs here for the 64DD. Disk drive features. This drive attaches to the bottom of the N64 console with a 4-inch front loading disk feed for magnetic disk input. Magnetic disks hold 64 megabytes of data, approximately 8 times the data contained in a N64 game, Super Mario 64. So yeah, 8 times the amount. So imagine like, bring out one of these cartridges here. Even though this is not the Super Mario 64, but this is Mario Party 3. 8 times amount of one single cartridge in that that disc, 64DD disc. That's pretty wild. Cramp it all into like a single floppy disk or zip drive. I assume it's like more of a form of a zip drive than a floppy. First time gamers will be able to write data to the game software. Up to 38 megabytes of each disk will have dynamic writing space. Oh, nice. So like a portion of it would have writable. So that's like about like half. Yeah, that's like about half of it then, because it includes 64. Unparalleled data access with 75 milliseconds AST, average seek time. Amount of time it takes to device to find the particular data. More technical stuff here. Okay, data transfer rate. All right. Include 4 MB expansion RAM pack, which inserts into the memory expansion. Okay, so that's something that we've already got packed in with Majora's Mask and stuff. Majora's Mask and Donkey Kong 64. When was the first announcement of the 64DD? Originally referred to as the bulky drive. 64DD was announced in the summer of 1995, only a year after Nintendo revealed that they were sticking with the cartridge format. At the time, Nintendo promised a mass media storage device that would offer more space than cartridges, would be faster than conventional CD-ROM, and would have writable capabilities. See, like if they had not delayed the 64DD, I feel like the 64DD would have been like I don't know. Even though they couldn't have it attached to the system and have it pack in, at least have it as a separate peripheral, but then like sold at the same time for the launch. That way, if people want, they can either get just the system itself and just one other game that doesn't require the 64DD, and then just have the 64DD ready, unless that particular peripheral just takes so much space in the store shelves that maybe they don't want to put it out yet or something, or maybe it just wasn't ready for the market yet or something. Seeing that Japan had it first and then never went outside of that. Okay, more specs there. There's a 64DD disc. Then CD-ROM. CD-ROM only held 640 megabytes, whereas the disc itself, or the magnetic disc, will be 64 megabytes, which is like a fraction of the CD-ROM. Yeah, I remember it being like 600 range, and then 700 later on would increase later on for like CDR. Slow access time, no room to save or for writability. Yeah, unless the system is designed to write CDs, which also would take a little more time, but you would have to use like a rewritable disc or CD disc. Yeah, optical disc, I should say. Failures from past add-ons. 32X, Atari Jaguar CD. Oh my gosh. Then the Sega CD. All that art right there. Funky looking art. Very comic-y. For Street Fighter. There's some Tekken in there. X-Men. Star Fox 64 there. I can already sense the Corneria theme song humming in my head. I used to hum the Corneria theme song a whole lot. More details on the Star Fox 64. I guess Star Fox 64 was like a fresh new game at the time. Release bundle with the Rumble Pack. It was introduced along with the Rumble Pack. And remember the promotional video for it. The Katarina boss there. Fortuna boss. Fortuna is also another great theme that I feel like I want to maybe also play the music of. Solar boss. Sector X. Sector Z. Oh, here it is. Here's that Star Fox 2. You get the warp. Here's a Star Fox 2. Star Fox 2 for Super Nintendo was shown in near complete form at the January 1995 CES, where some of us actually finished the game, only to be postponed later that year and eventually canceled. Too bad. Huh. Yeah, Star Fox 2, man. And this was what? What year was this? This was 1997. Intelligent Gamer Special Display until September 1997. What year was this? I'm trying to see what exactly this year was. I'll just assume it's 1997 because they've been talking about the N64's release, and then it's been a year after the N64. But with Star Fox 2, it took like until whenever the like 2015, 2016, somewhere in those years when the Super Nintendo Mini came out. That's when they started bundling it with the Star Fox 2. So that's many years after. Here, let me get. I'm going to see if I can get the Star Fox soundtrack up. Star Fox soundtrack in queue. That's pretty wild, man. Takes like so long for like this one entry that's been like shelved for so long to finally release officially. I know that there's been folks that would already play the game through other means, but for it to like officially release in the public, for the public and globally available, like that, like we have to wait that long for this particular entry of Star Fox to release and become playable. Blast Corps again. More details on Blast Corps. I think this was a Rare title, if I recall. Rare develop. Didn't really play much of Blast Corps. Here's Doom 64. Get one of the Doom creatures there. Definitely want to maybe play some Doom 64. I'm not sure if they added that to the SE4 app. I think it's sold separately as like a digital release. Not even a physical, I don't think, unless it's included in like a collector's edition or something. That's Mario Kart 64. We were playing some Kart 64 the other night, and went back to Koopa Troopa Beach course, performed the shortcut, and just reminiscing about that specific entry. And yeah, I found out they're bringing back the automatopoeias. The old here's the automatopoeia in 64. There's the boing when you try to jump over a wall and stuff, or jump in general, which showed like the boing at the bottom there. And then when you land, when you do like a landing from like a ramp, like you get the poof, like a comic style poof Automatopoeia. And then I saw that in Markout World, they're bringing some of that back, which is pretty neat. Maybe not the same exact ones that was in 64, but when there's like an explosion of like a bomb or like a blue spiny shell, you would see some of that kaboom and booms, which is pretty neat. I'm glad that they they thought to bring it back in some way, Some more Torok. Man, they really detail into the each of the levels too. The bosses. Some more Mario Kart. Tricks and codes. Race against course ghosts. Mirror tracks. Quick start. Just like Wave Race, if you time your jump off the starting line correctly, you can get a nice speed boost. Just wait for the light to turn blue. And as it does, slam the gas. You should get a nice boost. I just go by the beep beep. I should time it by the sound of it. Oh, Cruising USA, hidden secret here. Access hidden courses. There are certain levels in Cruising USA that you only gain access to on the Cruise the USA portion of the game. However, by entering the following cheats, you can play them right from the start. Each cheat must be entered at Choose Race screen. For Golden Gate Park, hold left C, down C, and L. Okay. San Francisco, Indiana. Wow, that's pretty neat. That's why this book is important, because they have some of these bits and pieces that I probably would not recall much of. So it's good that I still have this, so I can just refer to it once I let's get back to playing these games again. Hidden stars in Pilot Wings there. Oh, Gargos and Killer Instinct. Wow, I specifically remember this one here. For this enter this combination of button presses to unlock Gargos, which is the boss in Killer Instinct. Here's the dolphin. I think this is where I found the secret to riding the dolphin, and it was from this specific issue. And I got to do it, to unlock the dolphin, when I was broadcasting it more recently, in recent years. I only did it by memory. I didn't get to actually look it up or anything. And now we have the physical, issue to, further prove it, that, it was a thing that you had to learn from magazines to unlock the dolphin. Otherwise, I don't know if there was like a strategy guide for Wave Race or not. I assume there was. But here's an excerpt of that that method. But I was trying to do like all the tricks, just going by memory, and I just remember that you had to do all the tricks, and then you got to hold like some sort of button when you're selecting your racer and the vehicle and stuff. And then I remember one specific memory where I was playing with my little brother, and then he was I didn't want to show him because I did it by secret, but we had a 2-player mode, and we went to the dolphin course or whatever. And then I selected dolphin, and he's like wondering how I did it. He's like looking over to see how I did it. Yeah, I'll always remember that. Cruising USA. What would it say about Cruising USA here? Yeah, this is Cruising USA before even Cruising World. Just like the arcade version of Cruising USA, there are 3 hidden vehicles you can play with additional to the 4 regular ones. To get them, simply go to car selection screen and hold the 4 following buttons. So I'm going to say, okay, so there's like 3 hidden vehicles, including a bus, school bus. Interesting. Wayne Gretzky's. There's a lot more here. Level passwords for Doom 64. Man, I'm gonna have to refer to some of these pages here once I get to those games. Killer Instinct Gold again. Oh, here's Clay Fighter 63 in the 3rd. Been talking about this the past couple of nights. There's Frosty. There's Booger Man. Oh, look at that. Booger Man, there's a Santa. I remember some of these characters. I really miss this game. I feel like they need to put it on the N64 app. I don't know if they could get in contact with Interplay to maybe, I don't know, work out some licensing. I don't know if they would still own the license for it to re-release the game on N64 app, because it would be awesome to replay the game again. And there were like a few other editions too. 63 in the third, and I guess a Super Nintendo one would count. And then there was the Blockbuster one that had like some extra content or something like that. Duke Nukem 3, 3D. I mean, this was another one that we played in multiplayer. There's a 4-split screenshot right there. 2 players there. GoldenEye 007. It's been a long wait, but Bond is finally on his way. Oh man, this is even before GoldenEye came out. Holy moly. This may not seem like quite the hottest license to base a new Doom-style game on, but the buzz from unofficial sources on GoldenEye 007, which is due to ship this summer, has been extremely positive. Essentially a member of the corridor game genre, your mission in GoldenEye is to traverse the game's 12 levels, which roughly corresponds to locations in the film, stopping every once in a while to be briefed by Miss Moneypenny, and of course, test drive Q's nifty new gadgets up to destruction. Rumor has it that Rare has enforced a major new restriction on gameplay, and it comes in the form of realism, but will only be able to carry a small number of weapons and items, perhaps being limited to as few as 3 of each. While this could enhance the game in the strategic capacity, it does appear to limit the kill everything that moves philosophy that is so common in Doom-style games of the past. Hopefully Rare will look past the task of simply recreating an interactive version of the major action film like so many game companies have done in the past, and have the confidence to instill whatever changes they feel necessary to realize this into the potential blockbuster of a spy action game that it can be. Let's just hope it doesn't get delayed again. Oh, yeah. Quart 3 of 1997. I remember when this game came out, oh my gosh, there was like 2 of the classmates, I think, that were so excited to get back home to play some more GoldenEye. And I'm looking across, and I'm asking him, what is GoldenEye? I was so dumbfounded then. And then he came back. Response, I think his summarization of his response was like, it's only the best game ever, you know. It's only the best game ever. And then not long after, I finally got to play it and see for myself. Oh, it's the new game of James Bond. I was like, wow, you know. And then from there, you know, that's when I got to play with my neighbors and stuff, and then start to get good at it. Start to get good at it. And then the rest is history. You know, I would use my RCP-90 and License to Kill, DK mode, Big Fists. I don't know if that's a mode for Big Fists. There was that too, I think. I think it's part of the DK mode. But what else? There was something else. Oh, paintball mode. Yeah, paintball mode and DK mode. You had to unlock those. That's what makes the game so fun with GoldenEye multiplayer. But man, so much time spent in that. It was a Mission Impossible game as well. But gosh, that does not look like Tom Cruise. He actually looks more like the Phantom. 1996, the Phantom, or whichever year it was, with Billy Zane. Now I kind of wish that there was a Phantom game on 64. F1 pole position. Yeah, this was the game right here that my dad wanted to get me. I was like, no, I'm good. But little did I know, you know, it looked alright for like a racing sim. I was more into like Mario Kart at the time, but man, pole position was not bad. August 1997, yeah. I was already playing a whole lot of Mario Kart at the time, because I guess when he saw me playing Mario Kart 64, like maybe I'm assuming, like, you know, maybe he thought that I wanted to play like a more racing game, so this was the other racing game, I guess. And then also Wave Race, you know, he would see me playing Wave Race and stuff. But it was a nice thought. Yoshi's Island 64 is what they call it. I think it just turned out to be just Yoshi's Island. But this looks great. Even in the screenshots, they look pretty good. Mario Star Sidekick. Sidekick shows off in 2.5D. 2.5D, okay. AKA 2.5D, okay. Because they wrote in caps. I'm trying to translate that. 2.5D, but then there's like a 2D in there. I don't know how else to word that, unless they format the 1/2 a little bit better. Before the N64 was released, one of the main concerns on the minds of many gamers was whether or not the system would be able to handle 2D games. After all, a lot of the pre-launch hype and marketing showcase only one thing, the system's ability to handle 3D. Fortunately, Shigeru Miyamoto took it upon himself to show just how well the N64 could handle 2D, or 2.5D, as he called it, by unveiling Yoshi's Island 64, the first time last November's Shoshinkai exhibition in Japan. Shoshinkai, huh? Original Yoshi's Island was released in 1995 for Super Nintendo. Oh, maybe we should play some soundtracks. Yoshi's Island on Super Nintendo, that was a great soundtrack. Yeah, maybe I should do that. Open up a new tab here. I should also queue up the Star Fox soundtrack as well. Wow, 53 tracks for the soundtrack. Yoshi's Island soundtrack. The entire soundtrack for Yoshi's Island is like probably one of the best. Alright, there we go. Just have that play in the background. Multi-racing champion. Huh. Space Station Silicon Valley. What the heck is this? Did this game came out? I don't remember seeing this before. Space Station Silicon Valley. DMA designed Space Station Silicon Valley is set to be a 3D romp through some extremely unusual environments. The fact that DMA invites you to fly like a rabbit, swim like a horse, ought to set bells ringing somewhere. If it doesn't, then say hello to the 4-wheel drive lines, chainsaw-wielding llamas, and even an army-piercing tortoise. Strange? You bet it is. Still, DMA are keen to emphasize that Silicon Valley is a fun game. Although the level structures from current 60% finished version do resemble Super Mario 64 somewhat. A greater variety of gameplay is promised, as you're encouraged to use more than one type of animal to guide the main character, Evo, through the station. Man. It looks like some sort of like farming sim, but I don't know. Never even played that one. Body Harvest. Not even Harvest Moon 64. I'm not sure what kind of game this is. Looks like an action game? This says it's like a 3D action game, so maybe it's like a platformer or something? Aero Fighters Assault. Let's see. Yuki Yuki Troublemakers. Oh! I remember me reading about this. Yuki Yuki Troublemakers. This was basically Mischief Makers for the 64. I thought that was like a more of a launch game. So this was Enix. The developer is Treasure. Wow, I remember Treasure. Yeah, Yuki Yuki Troublemakers, aka Mischief Makers. Sick of 3D games? Then maybe Yuki Yuki Troublemakers is just what you've been looking for. The minds of Treasure, the action specialists who brought you such classics such as Gunstar Heroes, which we saw in the previous issue, Contra 3, and Castlevania 4, comes a fast-paced 2D action spectacle with explosive special effects. Seems that Yuki Yuki mixes elements from all of Treasure's past hits. Marina, the main character, can run, jump, shoot, grab, throw enemies like in Gunstar Heroes. She can block, deflect, and return her enemies' attacks like in Castlevania 4. And there's even a rotating stage on a high-speed chase scene like in Contra 3. Wow. I want to get back to playing that game. I remember eyeing Mischief Makers for a long time. I just never got to get around to playing it. I kind of wish they would add that to N64 at Baku Bomberman. This was, I wonder if this was Bomberman 64? Because there were a few Bomberman games on N64. But this is the Japanese title. Best multiplayer game of all time goes 3D. I do believe that. Or at least one of the best. I had some fun memories with Bomberman on the N64, mostly on the N64. And yeah, multiplayer, like that was a great fun time. And then again, even more with the DS version. Okay, here we go. Here's the Legend of Zelda 64 screenshots here. Or Zelda Gaiden. Oh, you get to see more of the street stuff. Here we go. Make sure the sound is coming through just fine. Might be a little too loud. Checking the levels here. Finally, the sequel we've all been waiting for. Oh, look at that gold Darknut. How do they call it in this one? And again, like the town looks so wide. Yeah. Like there's so much room to walk around. And then compared to like Link himself, and then the NPC. Look, and the more down here. The skies will change color. And look how wide the street there is, you know? I thought this was what we're gonna see in the next Zelda game, but we didn't have this game. Oh, here's a bigger screenshot of the same one that we saw earlier. Easily the most anticipated N64 game currently in development. Legend of Zelda 64 is already looking like it may exceed everyone's wildest expectations. Although the game was originally slated to be launched, the launch title that accompanied the release of 64DD's add-on, it's now been revealed that it will instead take the form of a huge 128 megabyte or bigger cartridge when it is released in Japan late this year. However, a 64DD version of Zelda is still planned for release about a year or so after the cartridge version hits. Ooh. I think a lot of that content would be later packaged with the GameCube release for the Zelda collection. But right now, it's uncertain as to whether it will be an add-on of sorts to the original game or a completely new Zelda adventure. Zelda 64 takes place in a fully 3D world, not unlike Super Mario 64. Veteran Zelda players would be very happy to note that all the recently released pictures of Zelda 64, as shown here, depict a game that looks extremely similar to the incredible NES game, Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link. In fact, it's not impossible that Zelda 64 will be a direct sequel to Zelda 2. Remember, Super Nintendo Zelda was a prequel, not a sequel, although at this point it's merely speculation. Details on the gameplay are sparse, but slowly but surely Nintendo has been releasing new information, and so far we know that the game will feature real-time cinematics like Star Fox 64 and a wide variety of camera angles and viewpoints. Many familiar faces return: Octoroks, Stalfos, Wallmasters, Wizrobes, Dodongos, etc. And of course, Link will have a variety of items and spells at his disposal. Confirmed so far are bombs and bow, but naturally we can expect much more. In addition, some newer shots have been shown a fairy following Link around, but it's not clear as to what role the fairy will play in the game yet. At this point, there's not much more information available on Zelda 64, but judging by what we have seen so far, it looks like it's going to be yet another one of Shigeru Miyamoto's gems when it releases in fall. So yeah, there's a slate for release fourth quarter of 1997. That is the 64DD version. Wow, man. I like how like each page has like Star Fox image at the corners. Oh, Legend of this Mystical Ninja. Wow, Goemon. Well, my headphones keep on cracking for some reason. You know, while we're still talking about SE4, let me see if we put on the SE4 hat. This is a pretty long issue. We've been over an hour on this one. I want to try to keep like each issue to like an hour, if I can. Or else I'll be like, you know, it'll be like another hour until I get to like the Animerica. But man, we got like 2 more issues of Game Mags there. We might not even get through to the Animerica at all tonight. Legend of the Mystical Ninja 64. Konami's Mystical Ninja enters the 3D realm. This going on. Who's that dragon? Just look at the screenshots here. This was slated for release third quarter of 1997. 1 to 2 players. Wild Choppers. Seta. Another driving street racing looks like. That's a Supra right there. That's a Toyota Supra. Alright, oh, we're on the last page here. Extreme G. This was released for the N64 app. Extreme G has some of the most interesting and imaginative track layouts ever to grace a racing game. It'll probably end up being a huge hit with roller coaster fans. Oh, here's Earthbound 64. Yes, here we are. This is the magazine that I saw with Earthbound screenshots. Wow. All right, here, let me mark this this moment here. So this is Earthbound 64. And this is issue of video games for the Nintendo 64. Random issue that I picked up way back when. And yeah, it's got like screenshots of like upcoming Zelda game that was meant for the 64DD. And then Earthbound 64 here. Which this is probably one of the first times I've even read or seen Earthbound for this N64 at all. So look at these screenshots. I don't know if these have been scanned at all to archive on Unseen 64 or anything. But that would be the website to find out about like canceled games and stuff. So a sequel to the Super Nintendo hit gets a major upgrade. And it's now in 3D. So there's like a winter scene there. There's the characters in 3D. Crossroad, major city over at the distance. Oh, we got the town folks here. Yeah, this is what I remember seeing. But there it is. This is how it looked in the old Super Nintendo game. The original Earthbound Mother 2 in Japan was one of the most charming and original role-playing games ever released for the Super Nintendo. There's Ness, and then here's how I suppose that's Ness in the center there, going up against like some sort of pig pottery characters or something. And then it was slated for first quarter of 1998. Let's read this. Let's read through this entire article here for Earthbound 64. All right, ready? Get your blankies and your favorite drink. If there's one game genre that's being sorely missed on the N64, it's role-playing games. After all, RPG epics like Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy played a major part in Nintendo's success story for years. Luckily, Nintendo has enlisted the talented developers HAL and Ape to fill the current RPG void with a big-name title. A sequel to one of the strangest role-playing games in recent history, the infamous Mother 2, which was known as Earthbound over here. From the pen of Benimaru Ito, a popular comic artist in Japan, comes a twisted world of Mother 3, a world described by the game's designer as being influenced by the works of directors David Cronenberg, The Fly, and David Lynch, Twin Peaks. May he rest in peace. I love Twin Peaks. The game, which is to be released for the upcoming 64DD peripheral, features some of the best graphics seen on the N64 yet. The added storage space makes it possible for the graphics designers to include a much wider variety of textures and create a more detailed look. As with nearly every Nintendo game, development goes on behind tightly closed doors, and very few screenshots have been released to the press, but what little has been shown rivals the pre-rendered cutscenes of many CD games. Dark, atmospheric forest scenes, bustling villages, and snake-infested jungles are all present in this flawless 3D. What set past Mother games apart from most RPGs was a strange sense of humor mixed with the fact that the stories seem to start off in our own backyards, not in a faraway world with medieval knights and fire-breathing dragons, although Nintendo is keeping quiet about the storyline. Mother 3 seem to be going for a more fantasy approach. While the main characters are all new, look for familiar faces to make a return. The round little alien from Mother 2, Super Nintendo Earthbound, is back, as are the hordes of pig warriors who use their crude retro technology, giant rusty pig robots, and flying pork bean vessels for military evil. Nintendo promises that Mother 3 will be an RPG unlike any seen so far, a bold claim that hopefully turns out to be true when the game is released in Japan alongside the 64DD in the early 1998. A US release will follow us soon after. Oh man, I really wish they would release this someday, maybe. I know the game is unfinished, and I think if they ever bring Itoi back to maybe work on and finish Earthbound 64, and yeah, I don't know, just put it out for release for like either a digital for the N64 app or something. Like, man, imagine. And then I guess you know, what the heck, just like bring Mother 3 over, the actual Mother 3. I think a lot of the content that was supposedly meant for the 3D Earthbound game, that was initially going to be Mother 3, would carry over to the official completed Mother 3 that was released for the GBA. So that's you know, that's something. I feel like if they ever get to it, bring on the effort to put Mother 3, the GBA game, for the GBA app. I think that would be a great you know, celebration. I love this tune for Yoshi's on in there. But yeah, I would love to see more Earthbound, anything. But yeah, it was this exact issue, this exact magazine where I read about Earthbound 64 and saw screenshots of it. And to this day, I hadn't forgot about it, you know? Here's Castlevania 64, which I also have the cartridge of. I need to also put this back up, play it again. And I feel like maybe they need to put this out on the S64 app as well. But the first game and the second game, Castlevania 64, and then the other one, which I forgot the title was for that one, which I heard was pretty good. I never played the second one, but I have played the first one, and it was just really difficult. Such a difficult game. Not many people liked it, just because like it's in 3D, and it was just tough to navigate in 3D. So let's see what it says here. At the recent Tokyo Game Show in Japan, Konami unveiled the first actual footage of their recently announced 3D action adventure for the N64, Dracula 3D, otherwise known as Castlevania 64, the game's working title here in the US or America. Although the game was still obviously at a very early stage development. All footage came in of the form of the videotape that Konami gave out to showgoers. Oh, neat. It's already looking extremely hot. Not much is known about the story aspects of the game yet, or even who the main character is, or characters, as the video game, or as the video which suggests. But it would be foolish to expect anything but another Belmont versus Dracula showdown at the very least. Yeah, I think it was Simon Belmont as the main character, if this was the first game. Couldn't tell if this is the first or the second game, but it looks like it's Simon Belmont from the looks of it. But I would have to replay it to refresh my memory on that, because he looked a lot different. He doesn't have the long hair anymore, where I recall. I do have the strategy guide for that first Castlevania 64 game, which was a hand-me-down from my uncle. Like, I watched him play it, and he got all the way to Dracula at the end, and then there was like a phase 2 battle that he was not ready for, and his life was already like taken up in that first fight. So I've seen how tough that game gets. But anyways, you see, the video shows off several different. Wait, did I get to that part yet? Let's see. 3D engine game. It's likely that there would be heavier emphasis on exploration than previous Castlevania titles, making the title feel more like an action RPG than an old-school side-scrolling action game. The video shows off several different fighting sequences and views of the castle. In one scene, we see one of the main characters. There were at least 3 in the video, cracking his whip at a skeleton knight, while another shows off a Link look-alike casting a spell and hurling some kind of fireball at the skull-riding Mistress Camilla. So there's the protagonist there. Just gonna get it in view here. Looks like there's 3 characters, protagonists, looks like, for these early screenshots. That must be the mage, and then additional character there. Looks like they got a sword. So swordsman, the whipsman, which is the main protagonist, and then the magician, or mage, I should say. More screenshots here of the enemies, castle. Very polygonal from up there. The sub-weapons will probably be back, as another scene shows one of the characters showing the boomerang at a huge scorpion, and apparently the whip can be used to swing across large chasms, just like in Castlevania 4 for the Super Nintendo. Bear in mind that all of these gameplay elements are from a very early version of the game and could easily change before final release. However, in the end results is even remotely similar to what was shown on this tape. It's obvious that Konami is going to have yet another monster hit on their hands. The outcome of that, though, oh boy. Yeah, not many people enjoyed the first Castlevania 64, but I think the second one sort of held up pretty well, I think, afterwards, many years after now. Oh, PSX was another magazine. The other one I would read would be a PSM, and I don't know if I still have that issue. But yeah, apparently PSX was another one. Expect the best. A bit before the Xbox came out from Microsoft. Enter and win big. Good thing I didn't write out my my name and address there, as some of the other magazines. Mad Cats. Some accessories there. Look at that one with the sort of like helicopter-like joystick. Bunch of N64 games there. Under construction, most accurate and up-to-date N64 game list around. June 1997, Dark Rift, Hexen, Robotron 64, Star Fox 64 with a Rumble Pack. Wow. Okay, and then announced titles late fall began and beyond. I mean, Bomberman 64, Castlevania 64. Okay, so I guess Castlevania was not out yet. Command & Conquer, Cruising World. Oh man, there we go. Cruising World. Earthbound 64, Dream, F-Zero 64. I guess we would get F-Zero 64 eventually. Final Doom 2, Kirby's Air Ride. Kirby's Air Ride on the N64? Wow. And now fast forward to 2025, where we get a brand new Kirby's Air Ride based on the GameCube game. But now we have like multiple riders, so they name it as Kirby's Air Riders. It's pretty wild, man. And then Mario Paint 64. I don't know if they ever come up with a new Mario Paint. Would be awesome. SimCity 64, Super Mario RPG 2. Okay, yeah. That pretty much just summarizes what this issue had talked about. Oh, here's an advertisement for War Gods Midway game. Kabuki Joe. And his face is on the cover there. Selectable character. War Gods. Rated M for mature. Alright, so that is this one here. This one covers a lot of the 64DD content. But yeah, luckily I somehow got this issue, so I can learn more about some of the what was to be released on it. Now, man, I don't know if I want to hop right into Animerica or not, but there are two more random older magazines here. But I might want to sift through this because I know there's gonna be, you know, I mean, obviously there's gonna be more Mortal Kombat 3 stuff. Moving on to Mortal Kombat 3, whereas the previous issues would have Mortal Kombat 2 stuff. Big fan of Mortal Kombat. That's why I got this issue, because, you know, smack dab in the middle, you got Jax, you got Kano. Big logo in the back there, that is the NetherRealm. John Tobias is the artist for this. Yeah. See, I was not too keen, just a word again, on the official art for Mortal Kombat 3. But nonetheless, I was still into Mortal Kombat, and you know, looking forward to see, you know, who's gonna be playable in that next Mortal Kombat. So as I was browsing the stores, I think I remember the day and how the vibe was at the time when I picked this up. I think it was at a market basket, a local market basket, and I forget which one. But I think that store still exists, like, to this day. But it seemed like the hallways seemed more empty that day, at that time. And yeah, I was doing my usual, you know, walk up to the magazine stands and checking out the new game magazines and stuff, latest issue of What's So. And then you know, of course, he had Mortal Kombat stuff, so I gotta, you know, view this right away. Took a little look at it, preview it, and then check out, you know, with my mom, as she's, like, you know, shopping for groceries as well or whatever. But yeah, this one was $4.99, and a lot of times I would use my own money to purchase it, you know. So there's an ad here. Okay, so this is issue number. They have issue number 67 on the spine there, and then February 1995. So that's like over 30 years ago. Yeah, February, and then now we're in April 2025. So that's like 30 years ago. That's how old these magazines are. And again, like, you know, I would tend to cut out pieces of the pages and stuff to use as labels for my VHS tapes, which is why we'll see a bunch of you know, cutouts both in and out of the these issues. But it's mostly like EGM, GamePro, like all the other issues. But aside from my Animerica mags and my Nintendo Power, those are the only two I care about most. But then EGM and stuff, I just, like, you know, you would see the ads from time to time, and then I'll just, like, you know, just use cut out the letters from it. Tetris ad. Ever blown your inner ear out your nose? Which ad is this? This is like a 3DO ad. Oh, there's an NBA Jam. Super Nintendo, Game Gear, and Genesis. Game Gear. Game Genie. 1995, year of the System War. Oh boy. Yeah, battle of the systems here. So I guess by the time we would start to see, like, Sony PlayStation, and then the upcoming Nintendo 64, and then of course Sega would have their Saturn system, 3DO. Insert coin. Oh, here's the 32X advertisement. Spread. There's a Doom, there's a Star Wars Arcade, Mortal Kombat 2, Motocross, Metalhead, Cosmic Carnage, Tempo, Virtua Racing Deluxe. Oh yes. More, faster. Genesis 3D, 32X. Faster! Oh, we got an X-Men arcade. I think this is the wait, no, it's the Game Gear game. Okay. I thought it was the arcade one. Because around this time, even in 95, yeah, even in 95, I was still walking around the arcades and playing, you know, X-Men arcade, The Simpsons, you know, lots of classics back in those days. Our mall, one of our local malls would have like a big arcade. I think at least 2 of the malls would have their own arcades. The Dream Machine was one, and then I forgot what the other one was called at another location. But the other one with the other location would have the X-Men game, and amongst other things. But good time. I was using Nightwolf, well not wait, Nightcrawler a lot. Nightwolf from Mortal Kombat. But Nightcrawler was the one I would use in X-Men. Letters of the month. This Samurai Showdown. Hamaru, I think. I'm trying to remember his name. Yeah, Hamaru. The one with the sword. Super Nintendo accessories, Trovo controllers. Oh man. Speaking of Simpsons, there's the Itchy and Scratchy Super Nintendo game. Yep, they had their own game. Kitty litter. Try to come up with some sound effects. There's a groaning drawing, Matt Groening signature on the side there. Letter of the month. Oh yeah, Psycho letter of the month. Yeah, they would have like a feature where it's like a crazy letter from a fan or something. It's funny to read. Oh, here's the drawings. Oh, yeah, this one would have some really cute, really cool drawings here. This sort of segues to what we'll see later. That is the Animerica mag. I can't wait to get to it. But right there you can see Conchito from Fist of the North Star. I forgot what show that one is called. Where she's from. Earthworm Jim. I think that's Saber Wolf from Killer Instinct. We got is that Samurai? No, it's a mix of games. There's a Street Fighter. There's some SNK stuff. And oh, I forgot what the other characters were. Maybe World Heroes or something. But different fighting games, different female fighters from fighting games. Here's a crossover with Darkstalkers and I guess Clay Fighter, because Boogerman is from it. I don't know why they wrote it as. Oh no, that is Boogerman. Okay, yeah, it's supposed to be Boogerman. There was gonna be a revival, like a Kickstarter project for Boogerman, but it never came to be. It was unsuccessfully funded. It wasn't funded successfully. There's a Mortal Kombat inspired one for Pac-Man 2. Inspired by Mortal Kombat 2, Pac-Man, and Baraka. There it goes. Pretty cool. Lord of the Rings? Lord of the Rings Super Nintendo game? Save $5 on a Lord of the Rings for Super Nintendo. Limited time, you can buy Lord of the Rings for Super Nintendo. You can get $5 rebate directly from Interplay Productions. Wow. Shaq Fu, the Shaq fighting game. New Horizons. Oh wow. This game's just called New Horizons. Way long before even Animal Crossing New Horizons. This is from Koei. Wow, Koei. Koei's been putting a whole lot of games on Super Nintendo app for the Switch right now. More of the Nobunaga series and the Romancing Three Kingdoms. We got Lemmings 2 ad here. Lemmings the Tribes 2. Psychonosis. T-shirt giveaway. Oh man, why didn't I enter that? Send a coupon with proof of. Oh, because I don't have the game. Yeah, that's right. Discworld collector's figurine. Ba-da-ba-bum-bum. So you can adjust the music bit. We got Yoshi's Island in the background. Coast Guard Paranoia. Desert Demolition, starring Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote for Genesis. Never played this one. Probably would win that t-shirt. Yeah, all right. I mean, I never owned that game, so I think even in '95, I didn't have my own Super Nintendo. I would only borrow it from my uncle, because my uncle would have a Super Nintendo, or go over like a neighbor's house or something. But yeah, at that time I didn't have my own game system up until like the N64. Jaguar ad here, Jaguar CD. 149 for the Jaguar. You got a Dragon's Lair at the top there. A lot of these games I'm not familiar with. Oh, Demolition Man, based on the movie. I forgot there's a game on that. Demolition Man. Pretty cool movie. Cyberpunky. Wesley Snipes, I think, was in that one. Like he plays the main bad guy, or villain, I should say. Sandra Bullock, I think, was also in there, and Sylvester Stallone. I think Sylvester Stallone in there. Kind of pairs. It's a good pairing with that Demolition Man, and then Judge Dredd, the movie, 1995 or whichever year it was. There are some images of the reviewers. They have like different images now for each of these guys. Sushi X, usually like the ninja. Then Mike here got the Rash from Battletoads here. Shows their favorite games. There's an ad here for, what's this game? Popful Mail? Is this really called Popful Mail? This reminds me a lot of Magic Knight Ray Earth. There was also, I don't know which issue it was. One of these magazines, I think, had like an ad for Magical Knight Ray Earth that I used as a reference to draw. I drew the same exact character that's shown in the ad. This is like back in like 96, 97, whichever year it was. Back in the 90s, I still have that drawing. I think I scanned it, and yeah, I think it's like one of the few drawings that I felt was like completed, because I did some pencil coloring for like the fire element and all that, and not only that one character, but like all three characters from Magic Knight Ray Earth, and it was based on that one ad, just like this, like a background, and it was just for the Sega Saturn or whichever it was, whichever system it was. But Magical Popful Mail Fantasy Adventure, I don't know what this is. We have to look this up to see what the title of this was. It might just be Popful Mail. But I do remember seeing this image before. Just never really looked too deep into it. Over 2 hours of dialogue, the ultimate Sega CD. Yeah. Normally there will be like a lot of RPGs like this that would release alongside. Oh my gosh, another lunar I had there. Release alongside like a show or movie, and then the game would be like the game counterpart of it. But it's usually like an RPG game. So like the same goes for Lunar Silver Star here. There's an ad for it. Great looking art. And then the game itself would showcase like cinematics, like more like anime based cinematics and stuff. So there we go. Yeah, it has that art style, right? The same thing here with the Lunar Surf Star, and they all seem to have like the black background, you know, and then the Sega logo, you know, Sega official Sega seal of quality. It's like what Nintendo does for their older products, and nowadays they don't have that quality title anymore. It just says official Nintendo seal or something like that. They removed the quality part. A Boundless Love Story, an epic adventure, an instant classic only on Sega CD. There's no Nintendo CD, only on Sega CD. There's no Nintendo CD. Remember the old ad? Oh my gosh, there's some Power Rangers here. Power Rangers for Sega CD. There's Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. I think it's just called that, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers on Sega CD. I remember that one had like cinematics, like live action cinematics, basically parts of the episode of the show that would play throughout that disc. But only seen like partial of it. There's the Black Ranger there, it's like fighting the putties. Alright. Oh, Shadowhawk. This guy looks like a lot like Wolverine. This is from Image Comics. I don't know why camera's not like so zoomed out. I have to like keep on putting the magazine down to show it. Yeah, Image Comics was Jim Lee, who actually also streams on Twitch, by the way. Image Comics. They put out I'm trying to remember the names of some of them now. Wildcats. Yeah, Wildcats. There was a show based on Wildcats as well. So Shadowhawk was another one. This was all characters designed by Jim Valentino. Then except Liquifire, who was designed by Aaron Valentino. Pinball Fantasies. Legend of Illusion for Sega Game Gear. It's not just a game. It's an infection. I remember this one. Burn Cycle. This is for Mac and PC CD-ROM. Oh, this is a Philips CDI ad. Wow. Sure. Philips CDI. I never owned a Philips CDI or any of the CDI systems. There we go. I remember seeing this ad. I like how the text goes like around. Top there. Whoa. What is this? 3DO? Gold Star. New game. Popping out of the wall like Kool-Aid Man. No rules. Gold Star. Oh, here's that Robo-Trek. It's pretty cool. I never got to play this one. Robo-Trek. Enix America Corporation. This Enix before they teamed up with us, Squaresoft. Okay. Robo-Trek ad. Another great RPG from Enix. Never played it. Looks like it's turn-based too. Great animations. Hey, fighting doesn't have to be boring. Oh my gosh, this is gonna look like a transformer here. Game is this? War is hell unless you're in a 40-foot robot, the rocket launcher. Then it's kind of cool. Oh my gosh, Babbage's? I forgot how our Babbage's even look like. We barely even visited Babbage's around here. But we mostly have electronics boutique and Funko Land. And then in third place, I think for us would be Babbage's. But I think most popular of all is either the other kind of stores like Sears, Kmart or Walmart, and then the electronic boutiques would be the main like go-to place for games. Oh my gosh, look at this ad. Lodestar. Rocket Science. Imagine this becomes like the thumbnail. I like the design of these. Very retro, spacey look to them. Because we don't like see like these kind of designs anymore these days, like on websites and stuff. Neat little style. This is Rocket Science. Ooh, there's a Brandish ad here. Let's get another RPG on a Super Nintendo. This is from Koei. Man, what if Koei would add this to a Super Nintendo app? I like the font used there, font style. For the top there, Brandish. While some fantasy comes just scratch. While some fantasy games just scratch the surface, Brandish unlocks the underworld. Now that you've mastered games like Breath of Fire and Brainlord, we think you're ready for a role-playing game where the sun doesn't shine and the monsters grow big, really big. In Brandish, you stand accused of murder, being pursued by a fearless bounty hunter looking to collect a reward. About to be captured, you fall into a deep underworld maze filled with dangerous traps and deadly monsters, including giant enemy crabs, headless fist-pounding warriors, and fire-spitting gargoyles. With the bounty hunter still hot on your trail, you must navigate your way out of the mazes and back to the surface ASAP. Our only advice: stay alert, well-armed, and always moving upwards. Well, there goes Link. Do you like the box art though? Yeah, when I read that they wrote it out as giant crabs, I had to pull it out. Sega CD. Wheel of Fortune. Oh my gosh, there's a Three Ninjas game. Three Ninjas. You ever watch this movie, bud? That's a classic right there. This is the this is the Kickback movie. Yeah, this is the second movie, I think. Three Ninjas Kickback. Wait, was it this? I think this is the third movie? It was the last one of the movies that they made, I think, if I recall. Because there was the one before that that starred Hulk Hogan. Unless that one came out after. I'm pretty sure that came out before this one, Kickback. But Kickback was a really popular one. My little brother wanted to rent this like a second time. I'm like, I remember, we already rented that one. Because he really liked that one. But I liked it too, but like, I didn't think that we need to rent it again. Because I think I wanted to rent something else at the time that was still new. It was back when like we rent a lot of like VHS tapes, movies from our local video store. There'd be a whole lot of anime and a whole lot of like family movies, like Three Ninjas here, for example, and Disney movies, Ghibli movies. They would also have like Thai pop concerts and stuff that I would rent. But man, that was a time. And also here's Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. It's an old 1995 film, whichever year it was. I think it's 1995. Great one for the special effects. Highly recommend it if you're into Frankenstein's monster and stuff. Definitely, I think you can probably stream this on Tubi at the moment. Yeah, great one here. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, if you haven't seen it. Pretty lengthy one, but well worth it for the special effects. Buy two, get one free. Sega CD games. 4 cents off mayo. Mayonnaise. Like how it has like multiple M's. Mayonnaise. Think you've seen it first? Seen it first. Barely remember the 90s. Any 90s action flicks. So, ever seen the Goonies? Oh, I have the old. I have the old Blu-ray. I could probably look back and maybe take a look and see if we can grab it out. All right, give me a moment. Goonies 1985, of course. Any movie from 1985, I'm all about it, dude. You should know me by now. Alright, let me see if I can grab... I know it's a big box, because I know it's the 25th edition of it. Okay, I see it. It's under a stack of books. I'll be careful and try to pull it out without knocking things over. Oh, I also have a Back to the Future. I guess you've seen my my Back to the Future Blu-ray already. I also got it on VHS. There's been new releases since then, but here is the 2010 release of the Goonies. First time on Blu-ray. Steven Spielberg, Richard Donner, who's known for the Superman film. There's actually a reference to that Superman film, live action one from Richard Donner. Have you seen enough Goonies? There's a character named Sloth, the hey you guys, you know, that guy, who is a football player, then turned actor. He would wear that Superman shirt in the film. So a little nod to the other Richard Donner film. And yeah, so this is like the big anniversary release, 25th anniversary collector's edition. But yeah, and it includes a board game and a whole mess of stuff. There's the 25th anniversary. So now this IP here is turning 40 years old later this year, along with Back to the Future, The Breakfast Club, Gem and the Holograms. I got them all. But those are the more popular IPs. It's not sealed. It just opened perfectly. That's how I keep my movies and media in general. It's opened, but I carefully open it like that, and then just like slide it out. You know, it's easy to slide out. But we're not gonna unbox that. It's already been, you know, keep it in good condition as I can. So, but back to the zines. Not sure what this deep water is. There's a film called Deep Impact, but I don't think it's referencing this or anything. But it does have sharks in it. Gamers everywhere will give a big thumbs up to the glove. What is this? Revolutionary new gaming glove is coming onto the market this year. The glove has been designed and engineered by Noah and Adam Ullman, owners of NFA's Unlimited of New York. Plan to offer a unique experience when playing. The glove utilizes the same technology as that is found in a standard controller maneuver that requires use of A, B, C, and start controls. What is this, like a virtual reality thing? This must be like the Power Glove, but for Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. So it's like a universal glove or something. Rockman definitely showcases the adventures of the glove. You can beat your friends with a flick of a wrist. Interesting. Game Wizard, what's this? The Game Wizard's magic powers can make your wishes come true. Cartridge enhancement system. Not endorsed by Nintendo. Didn't want to find themselves the same mess Galoob was in a few years back when Nintendo took them to court. Ooh. What is this, like a Game Genie or some sort? I don't think I've seen a Game Wizard. Yeah, it looks like it is a Game Genie alternative. If you don't have much patience, then stick with a Game Genie. Finding codes with a Game Wizard can be a long process at times. The feeling you get when you find your own exclusive code can be very rewarding. Okay. Worked with Super Nintendo, Earthbound Gym, Pitfall. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it's like another Game Genie called Game Wizard. Never got to use that one. Introducing Vivid 3D, the ultimate in-game sound. Huh. Interesting. Seems like some sort of attachment. Comp USA, remember that? Babbage's Computer City, Supermarket, or Supercenter. Electic. I think I remember Computer City. This has been turned into like a Best Buy afterwards. There was one up in New Hampshire. That one's been turned into like a Best Buy. We used to have Comp USA, but that's closed down. Circuit City's also closed down. Man, those were the days. We can see like whole, like wall to wall of like TVs, like stacked, like the entire wall just like stacked up with like TVs on display. And there's like a section where like there's like monitors, and me and my friend would just like walk along the aisles and just checking out the specs for the monitors in that aisle. Slamming. Super Brawl Wrestling. Yeah, I haven't heard of Game Wizard at all either. But then maybe I just like forgot about it. It was more about like Game Genie and Game Shark. Like those were the top two. Let's see. Oh, we got Killer Instincts on the cover here. EGM. Become video game VIP and get 12 issues of EGM and Q Letter. Creation Sendai. Sendai presents Infinity Interactive Expo 1995. Anaheim, California. Man, I was in the 5th grade. Oh my gosh, Samurai Showdown 2 arcade right here. We're not worthy. I think they're just quoting Bill and Ted, or no, not Bill and Ted. The Wayne World, yeah, Wayne World characters, Wayne's World characters. With what's the name? Michael Myers. You're not worthy, maybe not, but you'll never know unless you try Samurai Showdown 2. Neo Geo. Mostly it was in the arcades. That was a very popular IP. Speed King by Konami. Oh my gosh, another cutout here. One little cutout from this magazine. There's another Arcade Pro controller for, I guess, Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo. By STD. Another one. I know. We keep seeing that STD when we come back to these. Alright, let's see. Get the Star Fox soundtrack. This might be a little louder than the previous one. Wait, what? Wait, what's this? Oh, there's another X-Band advertisement. Look at that slogan right there. Stop playing with yourself, bud. This is the X-Band. So what we learned a couple nights ago is that the X-Band, this is a video game modem and network where you can play games online on the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. And then they would later support like later systems. So yeah, this is how it looks. So it's basically a modem, and you plug in the phone line to the side. And then I guess the later models would have like 2 phone line plugs in, so you can make calls while you're playing online or something like that. So there's a subscription fee for only $7.95 a month. You get 32 free Connect credits to the X-Band network. I never understood what this was when I read this, because I didn't know about, like, you know, playing online or even the internet. In 1995, we started to use computers in our school, because our school would have computers, and we started to use the internet and stuff. But I didn't know what like a modem was, you know. But this is pretty neat to see this now, and you know, many years after, and then realizing, wow, we could have played like Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis online. But we just stuck to local multiplayer. Motor Tune Grand Prix. Wow, was it Kart Racer or something? The PlayStation. Looks pretty neat. So it reminds me of the it was kind of art that was in like street racing scene. Some folks would be like drawing different input cars in like a Munchkin sort of look to them. Ridge Racer Motor Tune Grand Prix. Let me see. Yeah, this is for PlayStation 3 polygon graphics. Namco's RR is a serious piece of work. MTGP plays strictly for laughs with squishy cars that jiggle and wobble as if they're made of jello. I don't think I've seen that game. Or in action, I mean. There's an ad here for Fatal Fury Special. Sega CD. Cyber Sled. Light Crusader. Wow, look at that. This is a very neat looking isometry. I love. See, I always find like isometric games really interesting. And the pixel art for this, apparently this is made by Treasure. It looks really good. Samurai Showdown ad here. Bum, Corneria. True samurai fights with dignity and honor. That doesn't mean you have to. Oh, I also cut the words out of here. Oh, there's a character. I forgot what her name was. And Hamaru there. I would use Hamaru a lot. He was pretty much like the main guy. We got Tengai Makio Kabuki Loa. Sure, but you can play that one. Daruma Dojo. Oh, it's like a puzzle game. Oh, I was always curious about this one here because it's got like some Japan lore. There's like a Tanuki in there. Keio Flying Squadron. I think this was like a shmup game. Strap on your bunny ears and save the world. Go ahead and laugh, funny boy. This one's got like a very anime style to it. I wanted to see more of this game. The first online game for console started from Dreamcast and PS2. There was something about the NES or Famicom. I think it was the Famicom. Specifically, the Japan region would have the satellite view, where you can download and update, and then writing to, like, it would write data to like a card or something like that for the satellite view, and then you can get more levels for like a Legend of Zelda or whatever game. That, I don't know if that would be referred to as like an online kind of game, but that was like, you know, something that would make use of like some sort of service, so like in the form of like DLC, you know, like earliest form, where they would have to like bring like a cartridge, which is basically like a disc, like a floppy disk, bring it to like a 7-Eleven, for example, like a convenience store that has that machine, and then update the files there, and then bring it back home, and then like experience the new levels and stuff that way. That was on the Famicom. Yeah, it was called the satellite view, and some of those stages, I think, for an example, like F-099 that is on the Switch right now, has been updated to include the satellite view stages, so you can race on those courses in F-099. That was like a Super Nintendo game, Super Famicom game. But yeah, I think the yeah, it is wild to think about that now. Like Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis with like that sort of online play, that was a thing, you know. But it required like a third-party service for that process to work. And even to this day, a lot of us didn't know that sort of thing existed, because we never could like afford it, you know. Then again, like it cost us like $8 at that time, which probably would have been a lot. Maybe not so much. I don't know. I would consider like $8 a month or any sort of subscription at all would be a lot. Would cost a lot, you know. Ooh, here's another RPG. S-Pulse 2, I never played this one. Prequel to Lufia. And again, another, Lufia was a very popular franchise at the time, I guess. Lufia, one of today's most talked about RPGs, is about to get a prequel. And so the original will remember the legendary warriors from the intro of the first game. Now you can actually play as those characters in the time before Lufia. Game style of Estopolis too is similar to Zelda, but the fight sequences are turn-based. Oh, interesting. That's pretty neat. Anyway, it sort of reminds me of like Dragon Quest. I mean, if it plays like Zelda, but turn-based battles. Indiana Jones here for Super Nintendo. Are you up? Wait, are you up to wearing that hat? Raiders of the Lost Ark. Temple of Doom, and Last Crusade. Play the trilogy. Oh, we got some Star Wars going on here. Some more info on, what do you call it again? Astropolis? Estopolis. Catfish Cave. There's a catfish. Face your destiny. First time you won. Second time they won. This time there won't be a next time. Super Star Wars Return of the Jedi. Oh my god, see, I kind of miss ads like these, where it's like, I don't know how to describe these. Contains none of the US recommended daily allowance of vitamins and minerals. Today's also vitamin C day, by the way. And then there's like a hornet, or what are the yellow jacket or something that's on the tongue. But it's got like multiple wings, like a dragonfly or something. And then it turns out to be an ad for Gex. Good old Gex, 3DO. I don't think I ever played Gex. Probably now they're coming out with a trilogy remaster from Limited Run Games. Oh, Demolition Man. There we go. Trick of the month. And now we've reached the section of the magazine where they show the code and stuff. Top Gear 2. I think I have the first Top Gear for Super Nintendo. Top Gear. Look at how futuristic that car looks, man. Get out of the pits and race. And race it. It's for Genesis. Top Gear 2. Pitfall. Genesis. Donkey Kong Country. Super Nintendo. Flink for Sega CD. Dig the art there. Pretty cool. Sort of reminds me of, like, the shape of the upside down triangle reminds you of Clockwork Orange. Flink. Casting spells can be hair raising. Alien vs Predator. Whoa, this is the first one. The first Alien vs Predator. not the 2010 one, or whichever year it was that I played. Yeah, Alien vs Predator. I never got to play this one. It's a cheat there. There's Doom. Earthworm Jim. You spend weeks trying to conquer the Shelton. This is Might and Magic 3. Isle of Terra. There's like so many iterations of Might and Magic. Never played a single Might and Magic, man. Oh, looks like it's got like Tokyo TV logo on there. Unless that's the original name for it before they named themselves the Tokyo TV. Because I recognize that logo. I used to air on like the iChannel and stuff. It's when I would catch like fresh new episodes of like Dragon Ball Z. Some more art from Earthworm Jim. Groovy. This guy looks like Kano. Metal Morph for Super Nintendo. Aliens have... What's it say? Aliens have experimented on your body. They've dismantled your ship. Enough is enough. Never played this one. And again, like the same logo again. Like Tokyo TV or something. We're about like halfway through this magazine. This is a pretty big one. I'll try to sit through this a little quicker. Battle Corps 2, Soulstar. Something X-Men there. X-Men 2 Clone Wars. Magneto. Red Zone ad. This is the price of failure. Ooh, Phantasy Star 4. Look at this. Look at this artwork. When there's like a recognizable IP, I'll try to show it here. In proper form. Prepare for the final battle. Look at that artwork. It's for Genesis. No school. Oh, I think that's Fortuna. Fortuna theme. I heard I used to listen to like a mishmash of like a mashup between this tune and then the Michael Jackson song "Dancing on the Blood on the Dance Floor," I think it's called. It's a good mashup. Oh, this looks like it's by the same guy that did Booger Man or something. Same artist, possibly. Fritz. Fritz, he can't contain himself. Brain dead 13. And of course, you know, Earth, Wind & Jinn is right next door. The page over. Space Harrier. Oh man, that's classic right there. Space Harrier. PlayStation versus Saturn. You know, I feel like it's a matter of preference, but when it comes to the CD players of the two systems, I actually prefer the Saturn's CD player. Because you get that space view when you load up the CD to listen. I don't remember how the PlayStation one looked like though, when you load up the CD. But the time that I had the Saturn and loading up like a classical music CD and just seeing the stars fly by, it made it look like you're in a spaceship. And that was such a cool little like graphic for the Saturn. That was pretty cool. And the red beam. Totally not hiding, especially not in the green egg from the middle. Oh man. What is that, like a Yoshi egg or something? Kinda looks like a Yoshi egg. Welcome, by the way. We're going over some of the old magazines that I used to read. So I went over to my storage and went through all the boxes. Maybe not all the boxes, but dug up some old magazines from storage and just going through each one of them. Oh my gosh, this was the game that I was trying to remember the name of yesterday. So along with Dragon's Lair, this was the sci-fi version of it. So Don Bluth's, you know, animator, known for All Dogs Go to Heaven, We're Back, A Dinosaur Story. He's done a lot of classics. Rockadoodle. Dragon's Lair was arcade classic. Did the animation for that. And you just also tell from the styles, like it's got that classic sort of like old Disney / like Fox animation, like 90s era Fox animation. And then this is the sci-fi game that I was trying to remember the name of. I was thinking like space something. It was Space Ace. I think in my mind at the time, just last night, I was like, was it Space Aces? But it's not Space Aces or Space Case. Space Case would be that Nickelodeon show. It's like a Star Trek for kids. But Space Ace is the actual title. ReadySoft Incorporated and Epicenter Interactive presents Don Bluth's Space Ace. So this was for PC CD-ROM, Sega CD, and 3DO, and also Mac CD-ROM. Not sure what Real Magic Interactive is. Must be the developer. Rating information, call this number. Wow. There you go. Space Ace. There's an ad there. Oh, it's a Yoda egg? Nice. Yeah, so we got a whole bunch of old game magazines, and I'm intending to maybe have at least one issue of Animerica, which is like sitting right below there. And I also brought up some old drawings that I used to draw as a kid. Back in the 90s, so we may see some of that. I don't know if we can fit them all in tonight, but we'll see. Ridge Racer. Rave War. Oh, yeah, 3D model there. Namco? Whoa, look at that Supra. I think that's the old Supra, I think. Oh my god, look at this controller. This is the Namco controller. I forgot about this one. Now upon seeing it again, like, wow, I remember seeing this one. You like twist it. Twisty churny controller. Ooh, this is that shmup. I remember seeing the art for this and I was like, wow man, I wanted to see more of this game. Get some fun looking characters there. Panda, pig, octopus. This is a fish there. And the rocket dude. This is Parodius. Interesting, fun-looking shmup. It looks like the giant mermaid there. You can ring my bell. So let's see. Let's do a summary of it. It's mostly been like EGM. There was like one big GamePro issue. So the past couple of nights, past few nights, so here's the stack that we've gone through so far. I just like thought, I first started out playing Mario Kart 64, just over here, seeing on this side. There's my childhood N64 over here, but we played the Switch version of it because I can't boot up my old system anymore. And then like an hour after, I was like, you know what? I do have a stack of magazines sitting on the side, which I showed previously while playing like Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, because there was like an article. I recall there being an article about like the Ultra 64. That was like the code name for, you know, the upcoming N64 game or N64 system, and then that was a while back, like a few months back, and I still have that stack of magazines sitting down there. So I thought to bring it out and then and have it set on the desk and again and just properly just go through the issues and just show, you know, and read, and I guess like just read some of the articles here and there, and also Wizard magazine, which is like a comic based, to see what, you know, how it was like reading Wizard magazine back then. Val Kilmer and how that lines up with how he has passed away recently and stuff. So it was neat to go back to these issues in the time, you know, and then reading about like the prices of the Switch 2 and how compared to the prices of the N64, this specific issue is like, so it just falls in line with what's happening right now, you know, today. And here's that old this is probably my oldest issue of GamePro with Mortal Kombat. So typically anything that had Mortal Kombat in the issue, I would pick it up as a kid because I was a big fan of Mortal Kombat. Both 1, 2, 3, and big fan of the '95 film. Still have it on VHS. But yeah, and of course we'll eventually get to the Animerica stuff. I really want to get back to that Animerica. I hadn't featured that at all on any video or stream at all, and this is like the first time I've ever done like any of these kind of things where you know, desk cam view and then like magazine, and I thought to maybe try it out because like Twitch has got the April Fool's category going with the Y2K and the Halls category, so it's under those two categories. I think we swap it back and forth. I think I tried Snack Time last night too. But yeah, there's quite a lot. I haven't even got to my Nintendo Power yet. I got a whole bunch of Nintendo Power that I want to show too, but maybe for future streams, because I'm not sure if I can get through a lot of these in time that they'll have the categories available. I think the 4 new categories are supposed to be taken away, I think, today, but it hasn't happened yet. Like, some of us are still streaming on the category. Y2K, Halls, Double Trouble, and then Snack Time are the 4 new ones. But I guess this all sort of also falls in line with like retro category. I know a lot of folks would just like, you know, stream a whole lot of like retro games under retro. But I guess this would be another way to that would fit in that category, is to go through like some of the old magazines. But it's pretty neat, you know, pretty neat idea, you know, to you know, bring back some of this sort of like magazine reading thing, and seeing how it was back then, you know. This looks cool. I remember looking at this page and seeing these characters. It made me think like, oh yeah, this could be like a new Final Fight game or something. It looks like it could be a beat 'em up. So let's see. I never got to play this one. Red-Blooded Family is what it translates to, looks like. but I don't know. I'm not sure what the Japanese text would be would read. Looks like it's just called Hot Blooded Family. Action is non-stop for the Sony PlayStation when you have a card like Hot Blooded Family. Following the same vein as Final Fight, HBF is a game with great fighting moves and special attacks. If that wasn't enough for you, knock the enemies senseless and take their weapons to use against them. What would this fight be without a two-player simultaneous feature? There are also some really great special effects used for some of the attacks and levels, like the flames in the mine stage. Okay. I got to play this one. I don't think they ever localized this one. Yeah, normally when it comes to beat 'em ups, it's more of the popular ones like Final Fight, Streets of Rage, Battletoads, Double Dragon, you know. But once in a while we'll come across like more lesser known ones like Hot Blooded Family and stuff. But yeah, very rare to see like imports making its way. Ooh, some screenshots of Mist here, Sega Saturn. Were those consoles considered expensive back then? Some of them were, yeah. I think, let me see, I'm trying to think, what was another one that was like really expensive? So, back in that issue here that we read, it was mentioned that the NCT4 was, it launched at $249.95 in 1996, I mean. But yeah, it discussed it earlier, but yeah, $249 or $250 at launch, and then now comparing to what we have now with this Switch 2, and we see the price up to like $450. You know, industry has changed a lot, and this going by U.S. price, not you know, not like Canadian or anything. I feel like a lot of the talk that's flowing around right now at the moment, that price, like the $90 price, I think might be referring to the Canadian price and the European price, which would, you know, come out to be $89.99 or $89.95, about $90. But that's not saying either they're US dollars or Canada dollars or even euros, you know. They just say the number, but they don't say like what region of price it is. I don't know where this slip came out of. EGM Player's Guide. I don't know. Just put it to the side for now. But I don't know. It's just a confusing thing because they don't mention, like, whenever they showcase their games and stuff in the directs or in the treehouse. There's no talk about like what the price gonna be, you know, or what stores or what retailers are gonna be, because when you're watching something global like that, afterwards it's just to showcase the gameplay and the release date, the title of the game, and that's about it. Afterward, the price would be up to like the retailers themselves, and also the MSRP for the system. And yeah, normally they only show it for the system and not the games themselves, like the software. Unless it's like a, you know, free software pack-in, or maybe like a tech demo or something. If not a tech demo, that one, I'm not forgetting the name of, where they would have a price on it, and then they would show the price of that piece of software. Generally, you know, like for like one single standalone title, they don't mention the price for it. Just the release date and title, and that's about it. But it's not all the time that you get to see regional pricing. So you gotta either watch the American one, the American broadcast, or the Japan broadcast, and then there will be one for the UK broadcast, and so on. Europe, you know, different region for Europe. But I think that's what you gotta refer to when it comes to prices. Then after that, just looking at the retail websites, Walmart.com and whatnot. And that's how I found out about, like, you know, the actual price for Mario Kart World. It's just gonna be $79.99, or, you know, just about $80. Kind of miss ads like these where it's like zoomed in to the face of the character here. So many slots. Ooh, here comes Mortal Kombat 3. This is the statue from the movie. So this was like shortly after the 95 movie. Let me see. This was, yeah, oh, this is 95, okay. So this is a screenshot from the movie. EGM exclusive, Mortal Kombat 3. Oh my gosh, the page already ripped. That's why I must have taped it here. Try my best to like tape it. Because I would go through these issues over and over, and then I guess it must have, you know, got out of hand, I guess. There's Jax. One of the early drawings of Jax. So this is by Tobias, the artist. Graphic violence, combatants in the beginning. Kano and Sonya there. Combating the internet. Probably the most drastic change that occurred between the release of Mortal Kombat 2 and Killer Instinct was Midway's decision to omit the version number, thus keeping secret at least until the game begins. What revision is being played? With each new revision comes new moves requiring players to master the various versions to become completely versed in all of the techniques potentially available. We've got 3 top 10 lists. More secret characters that are playable. Okay. Some more art here. Official art from Mortal Kombat 3. Kano is confirmed. Another one from Tobias. Whose last name, John Tobias, his last name would be backward, is Cybot. And then combined with Ed Boon. His last name would be Boon, and then backwards is Noob. Combine the two, you have Noob Cybot, which later became like an actual character that you can select. There's Kano. Road Rash 3, and soon you'll be lovingly referred to as Scabboy. The guy from the ad looks super evil. Yeah. There's a lot of ads like that, where it's very in your face with a lot of attitude. And I kind of miss that. There's a lot of the, like I describe it as like Sam Raimi angles, camera angles. Alright, here's the sports section. This always does the sports, like, towards like the third portion of the magazine. Up here's Top Gear 3000 Super Nintendo. It's like totally alien, man. Pretty simple, clean. Kemco. Wow, Kemco is behind this? Kemco nowadays is known for their RPGs. But man, they made a racing game? Oh man, Kemco. I find it amusing how they're still around to this day, putting up like $1 RPGs on PSN and various platforms. The Flintstones, is this based on the live action movie? It is. I can see the pixel art looking like John Goodman playing as Fred Flintstone there. I love that movie. What's his name? Try to remember the guy that was in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. He played as Barney in the Flintstones movie, the live action. And also Kyle MacLachlan would be the boss. He played the boss for Fred Flintstone. Always plays a good character. Lemmings 2 Tribe. Oh my gosh, I love this this ad here. I used to look at this ad. All the detail. Whenever there's like a live action Mortal Kombat ad, nothing can prepare you. Nothing can prepare your 32X. This is Shao Kahn, skull face. I remember trying to draw this one time. I would draw a lot of things back in the day, back in the 90s, and I could definitely recall trying to draw this, the skull. And it's probably one of the first times I've ever drawn a skull at all. And it just happens to be like Shao Kahn. It was just a specific ad here that I saw. Rip into the real arcade action that 32 megs of high speed, 32-bit processing can deliver. Blast processing? Trade up to faster gameplay, realistic character animation, state-of-the-art graphics, and bone-crunching music and sound effects of the arcade smash, from finish him to flawless victory. Yet, you might have played it before, but nothing can prepare you for Mortal Kombat 2 on 32X. I should probably have some Mortal Kombat sound bites prepared. There's the image of Shao Kahn there, seen in the arcade. Hold on, do we even have? I think we have some Mortal Kombat emotes. Let me see. I think we have the Fatality ones added, and that's about it. There you go. Oh wait, we do have that Toasty one. Let me see. And Toasty right there. I added those recently. Toasty. Yeah, I love Mortal Kombat. Itchy and Scratchy the game. Wow, they have like 2 pages covered for Itchy and Scratchy. They fight and fight and fight and fight and fight. Fight, 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 fight. Beyond Oasis. Oh boy, here we go. Man, it was a good looking game. Very Zelda-like. I like the cinematics, like the pixel art for that. He picks up the glove there. Pretty cool. The gauntlet. No, it was just the emote. I wanted to add the soundbite, something that I plan to add later on. I'll have to like do like a recording and then like edit the soundbite and upload it to the stream elements, and then set it as a command so the people can actually see the Toasty popping out. And then maybe actually have the image pop out from the side corner. Like that would be awesome. That's something in planning I wanted to put in a long time ago. It's an idea that I wanted to put in, and yet to do it. I gotta find some time to get that all set up. Slowly but surely. Shadow of the Beast 2. Sega CD, I never played that one. Oh, here's that Spider-Man game. This one was pretty good. I think I played the Super Nintendo one. My cousin had this one. 20 to 1. 4. Not sure what the 4 means. Wow, I got Mysterio there. Spider Slayer. Looks like a xenomorph. Rhino's in there. Beetle. Jack-o'-lantern. Yeah, I played this one on Super Nintendo. Featuring the Fantastic Four. Wow. There's a trailer for the new Fantastic Four film, which looks pretty good. Wow. Starblade? Starblade is the game that inspired Star Fox, if I recall. I think this was in the arcade, if I recall. Apparently this one's the 3DO version. Meanwhile, we have like Star Fox soundtrack in the background. Starblade. Yeah. Star Fox was like a combination of Starblade and Star Wars in one. And then the next page, of course, is going to be Star Wars, right? What's next, Star Fox? Rebel Assaults. Family Feud. Family Feud there. Station Invasion. I remember seeing these images. 3DO. Cannon Fodder for Jaguar. It's got mouse support. Oh, you're on mobile? Yeah. I'm not sure if there's a 7TV plugin for mobile or not. Maybe for browser. I'm not sure if that's gonna pop up for mobile though. Which is why I enabled the way to appear as like floating icons here, so that would show on the side of the screen, just in case folks that don't have like plugin, or if they're using the mobile version, that might not appear. It would just appear on the corner here, the side. I also need to prioritize that a little more. I forget which one it was that does that. Oh, I think it was Stream Elements that does that. I gotta figure out which one it was. Exactly though. Okay, I think I'll just leave it like that. Itchy and Scratchy. NFL Quarterback Club. Oh my god, look at Spawn. Spawn looks pretty cool. Yeah, sometimes there'll be fans that would send in photos of their action figures that they customize, and there's like, I think there's a customized Spawn figure there. Encarta 95, wow. Microsoft Encarta. I remember using the 1999 version of it. Yep, here's the catalogs. It's where you can sell or buy used games and stuff. Whoa, Capcom. Capcom section. Captain Commando, Mega Man X2, The Punisher, and Street Racer. Wait, was this a Capcom game? Oh, this is a Ubisoft game. Okay, there we go. These three here are Capcom. Phantasy Star 4, Sonic and Knuckles. Again by Tomo. Tomo seems to collab with EGM a lot. Oh, consoles there. Whoa, World of Games. It's another store. Super Street Fighter 2, Panasonic Real, Union Racers. I need to check to see what that's about. Was it Illusion of Gaia? The one time we see Illusion of Gaia. They just call it Gaia. Star Fox, Dragon, the Bruce Lee story. It's another great one. 1995 bio documentary. How do you call it? Film. I really like that one with Jason Lee Scott. Used to watch that one a lot as a kid. Big fan of martial arts back then. Mortal Kombat, The Crow. a lot of violent shows like Guyver. Which we'll get to the anime section really soon. Hopefully. Sometime tonight. Some Looney Tunes there. Yeah, this one's by the Sunsoft one. We saw the other ad with the Christmas tree, and it had like a whole bunch of Looney Tunes characters. A bunch there. Looney Tunes was really popular back in the 90s. I used to have a shirt that featured Tasmanian Devil. Nice. Maybe an X on the back. X2. Are you the hunter or the hunted? I have a friend who's like a big fan of the X series. We'd play the ones that were on PlayStation whenever it goes to his house. And he would play through them so quickly that I can hardly keep up. Alright, so this is EGM featuring Mortal Kombat 3, Top Secret. And this was issue February 1995 and number 67. Yeah. So I don't have like all issues or anything. Back in the day, I would pick up the issues that had Mortal Kombat featured in it whenever I see it. And not all the time that we get to go to like the food store or that I get to go to pick up like, you know, magazine. It's whenever I had a chance to go, and then I would go by the newsstands and like, you know, pick out whichever I see, whichever I find interesting. All right, let's see. Let's read that real quick. Am I able to see viewer tag things when someone does them? Yeah, I can see them, but I have to like look up because I have the screen up there. Meanwhile, if I'm looking down here on the magazine, I won't be able to see it. But I might be able to hear some things. I might have heard some things earlier, but I couldn't tell where it was from. Because there may be some items that have like different sound effects that I haven't heard before. But if you want, you can try it again to see if they work, and I'll confirm it for you. There should be like a tomato one, and I think there should be like a bird one. There's a bunch of new ones that they added, and I haven't seen some of the new ones yet. There's some really cool new ones. All right. Another idea that I had, if I want to continue doing like the hauls or even the Y2Ks, I can probably bring out my old VHS tapes, because this would be another idea. I brought down a big bag of VHS tapes that was in storage, and I could probably go one by one and show my VHS tapes, my entire like sort of anime collection, because that would be awesome. I do have them right behind me too, but I know I probably won't be able to fit them all into this single stream, but possibly like in a future stream or something. Once we get into it, I can probably you know, show all the VHS tapes that I have, and the official release ones, not the ones that I used to record or anything, but I have like a big stack of them. There's some Ranma 1/2 in there. There's some Guyver in there. There's Tenchi Muyo, you know, a lot of old school stuff. Oh, there's the penguin there. I see a penguin. There you go. You wish we were born in the 80s, 90s, kind of. Yeah, stuff seems cool back. Yeah, I mean, I think like a lot of franchises were from that era. Like I was showing my copy of the Goonies earlier, which you know, this is an old Blu-ray release that came out in like 2010, but you know, it's an old movie that I used to watch on TV. Big fan of the Goonies, 1985, and it's seeing its 40th anniversary this year. And the Blu-ray that I have is the 25th anniversary. Celebrated a long time ago, or 15 years ago, however long ago. So a lot of the franchises are getting old. Even Mario is turning 40. But it is Mario 64, but Mario Kart 64. Yeah, I don't know if Nintendo's doing like a 40th anniversary of the Mario franchise or not. But would be neat. Curious to see what they do for September. That's why like during the Switch 2 Direct, I was hoping they would announce something Mario related, and not just the Mario Kart world, but maybe like a new Mario platformer or some sort. So who knows? Maybe they'll have another surprise for a later Direct that they'll announce, that they'll have ready for September or something. Who knows? All right. So I guess on to the next issue. This is GameFan. I haven't done a GameFan one yet, and I think this is the only GameFan issue that I have in possession. So GameFan with Sonic on the cover. There's Sonic 3D Blast, and then which issue is this? December 1996. So we're going like another year later than the previous issue of EGM that we just saw. All right, so Volume 4, Issue 12, December 1996. And if folks miss out on this, you can just catch the archive on YouTube. I'll try to organize the video according to each magazine, and then like jot down the what do you call it, the chapters or whatever it's called for the YouTube side. All right, organize this a bit. Oh, there's a contest in the corner there. Delija. Hey there, Alan. Thanks for the elixir. Oh my gosh, what is this? Oh my gosh, there's an ad for Wave Race. Wave Race 64. Well, good thing I didn't cut this one out. Seems a little bit I don't know, it's wobbly. It's an old magazine. Caution, track may be slippery. So there's the N64 logo. Change the system. That was the slogan for the N64. Change the system. Let me see if we can actually have... I think I have an animation. Is this... Wait, I'm typing on the wrong thing, I think. Redeem. Change the system. I don't know if this would pop up or not. I'm not found. How about change the system? Exclamation point. If not, then oh well. I'll have to figure it out. Memorize it. There would be a command for that. To change the system animation. Oh, look at that! Look at how perfect that fits in with the waves. Squid Kid. And then on this side we have N64, and then screenshots of Wave Race. I guess it's just the art mixed with the Wave Race screenshots. Looks like. Strap yourself in for 64 bits of surf dashing, wave crashing, watery action with Wave Race 64. It's got killer Kawasaki jet ski watercraft you can customize, and 8 slick race courses. Blow jets against another racer in wet and wild 2-player action, with waves big enough to surf and enough ocean to make a sailor lose his lunch. Don't forget your life vest, you'll need it. And there's the box for Wave Race there. I miss this game. I miss my old copy. I used to have the cartridge for it. I don't know where it went. Contents of this issue. It's like this some Tomb Raider. Suikoden, wow. Suikoden's in this one. Donkey Kong Country 3. Daytona Ace, or Daytona CCE. Jet Moto, which is another like sort of Wave Race like for PlayStation. Perfect Weapon. Grandia. Grandia's in this one. And then Pandemonium. I remember Pandemonium. Cover the story. The Supersonic Warrior is back. GameFan original art by Terry, the character generator. Wolffinger. Got like a Wolverine sort of inspired art there. It's Wave Race 64 is on the Switch Online N64 app. I also have it for Virtual Console on the Wii U. There's the Wii U gamepad over there. But I played it on there. Played it on the Wii Virtual Console. I love Wave Race. But yeah, I kind of miss the old cartridge. Oh, here's the ad for Street Fighter Alpha 2. Famous art where you see Ryu and Akuma face to face, and then Sakura at the center there. It's pretty neat. Alpha 2, Capcom, Sega Saturn, PlayStation. Suddenly things are getting personal. Sadly, they had not put this game out for Nintendo systems. I guess they didn't get to port it over to the 64 at the time. I don't know about now. I think now it's been changed. They might be part of the Capcom Fighting Collection or something. This looks like Sega Saturn Netlink. I don't know what's wrong with this issue. Oh, Kingsfield, wow. It's Kingsfield. Team GameFan. Kingsfield is a game by From Software, known for the Souls games. But man, I didn't know there was a Kingsfield feature here for PlayStation. Let's see. Repair the other magazines here. Bring the smaller one up on the bottom here. Actually, you know what? Let me take these out real quick. I got some drawings underneath here. That way there's a little more space. There we go. I think that might be a little more visible. Top 10 most wanted. Oh, there's that stereo again with the TV. GX TV. Will kill for money. Lightstorm. The Lightstormer's corpse. Get an idea. Here. Another ad for Time Commando. We saw this in the previous issue. Whoa, Contra. Don't normally see Contra ads. Legacy of War. This must have been the PlayStation 6 Saturn one. I think by that time, like, sort of Contra sort of like shot off to like some of the other platforms. And barely, I don't think there was a Contra even on the N64. So, yeah, it was mostly during like the arcade, NES, and then Super Nintendo era that we played most Contra on.
Congratulations on a job well done.
Like a lot of the Konami IPs just like spread it around different, across different platforms. What is this? Oh, this is Knights. This is another Knights ad. Star Gladiator. What the heck is this? Looks like a 3D fighting game. The character models, though. It sort of reminded me of Fighter's Destiny on the N64, in a way. With a little bit of a Tekken. These characters, though. There's a dinosaur that you can play as. There's like a griffin guy. An alien guy. Man, Star Gladiator. Apparently it's from Capcom? Capcom fighting game. Whoa. Interesting. Oh, here's Pandemonium. I actually have this game on Steam now. This has been ported over to like so many systems, but I mostly knew it for being on PlayStation. But it's also on Sega Saturn. Crystal Dynamics. It was also ported to the Nokia N-Gage. I recall this one. It's like a platformer, 3D platformer action. Only known for the old Souls games, or just all Souls games. I mean, there's quite a variety of Soul games nowadays, but they also did. Kuon, it's a survival horror game. But yeah, From Software, they also did that. I'm thinking about another studio. Yeah, I think after like Kuon, I knew them mostly for Kuon before they did like Demon Souls and Dark Souls and stuff. And now they just announced a brand new game for the Switch 2. That is Dust Blood or something that's called. Got the name of it. Ooh, MDK. That's another good one here. It thinks before it kills, therefore it kills. Another classic here. This actually released on the Wii Virtual Console. And then later it got ported over to the Wii U. Oh my gosh, is this Slayers? Oh no, this is Garden Heroes. Okay, there's a character in Slayers that looked just like this guy here. Guardian Heroes on Sega Saturn. Yeah, Slayers is another one I have VHS tapes of. Machine Head, Eidos. Eidos would later get formed with Square Enix, I think. I think Eidos was behind Tomb Raider. Grip Runner. What is this, like a Tron game? That looks like a Tron game. Tobal #1, King of Fighters 95. I had a classmate who's like He was all about the King of Fighters games, and he would draw them too. Knights, prepare to fly. That's a nice ad. Check the soundtrack. Ooh, they got the Turtles in Time soundtrack too. Let's get some Super Mario World in there. Flex some 16-bit muscle. This is Marvel's superheroes in War of the Gems. Capcom. Looks like a beat 'em up game for Super Nintendo. Oh, here's Vector Man 2, Sonic CD Blast. PlayStation Nation. Tomb Raider there. Great spread here for Tomb Raider. Logo at the top. Look at that artwork, man. You don't see that artwork anymore. It reminds me a lot of Eon Flux, you know. Design-wise, you can see that the hair is somewhat, I would say it's inspired by Eon Flux. The way that the hair comes out right now. It's pretty neat. What's going on there? Dual pistols. Oh my gosh. We got a booty shot. There's a 3D model of Lara. I may look like $1 million, but stare too long and I'll... What'd you say? And I'll fill you full of lead. Okay. Watch the jumps too. Boy, I've got a... Can't even read that. What's it say? Sequel? Yeah, sequel to do. Cheers. Oh, they spelled the sequel with a number 2 at in the middle. Interesting. Enter the jungle and fight to death. Dinosaurs there. Also, there's the booty shot. I had classmates who were big fans of Tomb Raider. Oh, here's Suikoden. Ooh. Konami RPG. The big logo there, Suikoden. I think there's a rumor that mentions that Suikoden 1 and 2 is going to be hitting Switch 2. Either the Switch 1 or Switch 2. But here's an article on the original Suikoden. Next month is Megawords month. And I can't tell you how much I was looking forward to the heated fight in the RPG category. Lucian's Quest for 3DO or Lufia 2 for Super Nintendo. Can't believe it's really come this close, or come to this. Full year, and that's all RPG selection we get. Okay, to be fair, Riglord's Saga, Mysteria, Blazing, whatever it ended up being called, was released for the Saturn, but that's more of the strategy title. And Beyond the Beyond has to be disqualified due to a small technicality. That it sucks. But thanks to Konami, a game that actually deserved to win has emerged at the last minute. Genso Suikoden is here. I was a huge fan of the Japanese version covered in Volume 4, Issue 2, and Volume 4, Issue 4. The American translation has recreated it all perfectly, except for the Genso part. Okay, so this was reviewed by... article by Takui on the side there. Normally they would have it on the left side. Some more art here. Looks like there's like a mage performing some fireworks there. Oh, there's another character there. Same character. It's almost like a mono art in a way, but not really. It's like they use watercolor. Lomax. What is this, like a Lemmings kind of game? Lomax. And Evil Ed. I think of Evil Ed from Fright Night 85. I actually watched 976 Evil, the Robert Englund film, recently, which stars the actor that played Evil Ed in Fright Night 85. Classic 80s horror. Destruction Derby 2. There's Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo. Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo. This was a really popular one. I could never win in Puzzle Fighter. But, man, some of the folks that were, some of the local folks that I would hang out with, like, they were so good at Puzzle Fighter. I could not keep up. But yeah, you gotta connect the gems. Kind of like I don't know, Tetris in a way, but not really Tetris. But there's a lot of games like this though. But this was like the Street Fighter themed one. I always love the little art of the characters. Very chibified Capcom art, So you got Ryu there, Sakura, Dan, Hisanko, and then Felicia, the top there, like the cat, Felicia from Darkstalkers. So they combine like Street Fighter with Darkstalkers together. I've got his name already. I would draw that guy with, I think that would be his sister. I've got his name already. Donovan, I think? Donovan? Man, I'm starting to remember some of these guys' names. Akuma in the back there, Chun-Li, and then more Felicia. Felicia and then Morrigan would be the two popular ones from Darkstalkers. And also Sanko, yeah. Contra, Legacy of War. Oh my gosh, Mortal Kombat. Annihilation. No, this is the 95 film. Take that back. I don't know what happened to the page here. It looks like it's been burnt or something. I feel like the first part of the magazine, the specific issue, is like covered with water. There's like water damage, and then now they got like some sort of like flame on the side here or something. Starwinder. Look at CGI there. Holy, what is he even holding? What is even... I don't know what that is. I assume it's a microphone, but okay. So advertisement for the Mortal Kombat film, or maybe this is a soundtrack, because it looks like they list a whole bunch of the artists. More kicking industrial, more killer techno, more flawless alternative. Mortal Kombat, more combat. So this was the soundtrack companion. It was like a more music inspired by the film. So Sister Machine Gun, God Lives Underwater, Babylon Zoo, Killing Joke, Juno Reactor, which is had an iconic track in the first soundtrack. Crawl Space, Psychosonic. Yeah, Crystal Method is in here. Wow. There we go. Available at record stores everywhere or contact. There we go. Yeah, I remember this one. This was like the third of the CDs. There's the motion picture soundtrack, which is the one I have. It didn't have the flames like this. It was just the dragon logo, and then that's it. Just like a black background, no flames. And then the other one had Goro in the middle, and that would be the score, was just the music from the film, not even like the dance tracks or anything. And then there's this. This is more like dance tracks inspired by the film, but released on a separate CD. So this is just called Mortal Kombat More Combat. Because I guess it almost sort of rhymes with it. More Combat. So it's just those three main CDs. Alright. 2096. It's like a racing game or something. Blast Chamber. Oh. Activision. Well, There's another spread for Pandemonium. Let's see how it's... Gosh, these character models. There's the gesture guy. Skull Fortress. I always thought that that Pandemonium was like a big popular game. Seeing that it's got like multiple pages covered in this magazine here. Close up of the gesture there. Never got to play this one. It looks pretty neat, but I guess it wasn't really well talked about. It would get mentioned from time to time, but never actually seen anyone actually play it. Oh, here's Jet Moto. Ooh. Jet Moto. This was like the futuristic wave race. It was on PlayStation. Also in the arcades, by the way. See some more character art. Ooh la la. Ooh la la. So that's Wild Ride, Dakota, Miko, Shannara, and Irons. Tecmo's Deception. It's like an RPG. It's like 3D engine RPG? Wow. Tecmo, huh? Once in a while, a new type of video game appears to carve a respectable niche for itself in unfamiliar territory. Reading the top there. ArtThink is perhaps the first purveyor of these pioneering titles, with Aquanaut's Holiday and Tale of the Sun rating as some of the most innovative. But now Tecmo have wisely decided to release Deception, a wholly unique and totally absorbing new type of dungeon adventure. Oh. Dungeon adventure for PlayStation. Deception. Mech Warrior 2. Saturn and PlayStation. I know there's like a lot of CD-based games that would have all these unique looking games. A lot of RPGs. And I guess a lot of them would have like cinematics that can only be stored and played off like a CD-ROM because they would have more storage space. And that just makes sense. So if only Nintendo had put out like the 64DD, that would have like, 8 times the amount of memory storage that was on a single cartridge. Like that would be awesome. But they didn't put that thing out in time for developers to take advantage of. Or else we probably see some of the games release on, more on 64. Like even Resident Evil, I feel like Resident Evil would to this day I still have yet to see how the N64 version of Resident Evil is like. Whether or not they kept the cinematics or not, as compared to like the PlayStation versions or PC version. I feel I should do like Mario Party music next. Oh, Legacy of Kain! Wow, I think this actually came back. Kain back. Legacy of Kain. There's really like a character art of the guy himself. I'll see a lot of them in some of these game magazine ads. Soviet Strike. Bum ba da bum. Ba-da-da. Perfect Weapon. Gosh, that character design. Kind of reminds you of Willem Dafoe or something. Wait. Oh, is this? Oh, I thought it was like another X-Band ad here. This is for Samsung? Wow. Look how futuristic that looks. It's very stylish and futuristic for the time. Sort of like a trending font that would be used a lot in advertisements. That style font. Sort of like how they did the Matrix and stuff. Like that was like a pinnacle point when it comes to like sort of that futuristic design. Samsung. Bing, 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 bing. Persona. Wow, this is the first Persona. First Persona game. Proof that demons do exist. Okay, get a good look at the ad here. First Persona game. Never got to play this one. Just it was on PlayStation. Very rarely do I get to play any PlayStation games at all. And when it was just Mortal Kombat 3. And then, I don't know, Bushido Blade and Toshinden, Battle Range Toshinden. And not much else. I would watch others play. Oh, it's like a little bit of like a Final Fantasy VII, but it was someone that was already well through the game. There's Twisted Metal 2, I think. Ooh la la. Got Twister there. There's Sweet Tooth. Grasshopper. Roadkill. Thumper. I think they canceled season 2 of Twisted Metal, if I recall. The live action series that's on what was it, Peacock, I think? Quite enjoyed it. Was pretty hilarious. And I thought they were working on a season 2, but I think by now it's been canceled. Wipeout XL. Wipeout. Wow, apparently I cut this part out. Oh, it was part of Persona? Wow. Why did I cut this part out? Man, I wonder what it was. Then Persona on the other side. At least we have this big art here. I'll take a look at. Good old Atlas. This was roughly around the time when Atlas was putting out both Persona and then Snowboard Kids. Oh man, do I miss Snowboard Kids. Persona logo. What year Snowboard Kids came out though? I think still definitely a little bit after 1996, a little bit after Mario Kart as well. So it had to have been like either 97, 98, maybe 99, I don't know. Hardcore 4x4. Machine Head. A lot of graphics on this thing. Pupsy 3D. It's Pupsy in 3D. Three Dirty Dwarves. Man, the artwork for this one. A lot of the old like mid-90s arts would be, they would use like spray, like spray paint as their medium. It would look a lot like this, like the gradients. Just everything just looks nice when it's printed out on paper like this in the magazine. Always something to appreciate, man, when it comes to like art, like game art. And this is something that was I guess it was printed on the front cover of the game too. We don't see the box art for this, but I assume they would use that same art for the box art. Play dirty. Seemingly it's a part baseball game, part beat 'em up or something. Looks really fun. I never played this one. 1 to 3 players, interesting. Oh my gosh, I remember this. I remember this ad. Mega fan. Who says you can't take it with you? Oh, here's the Saturn section. Is that Beyond Oasis guy? I think that is. He seems like a little more suntan than in the in-game screenshots. Virtual Fighter Kids! Oh, I love Virtual Fighter Kids. I played a whole lot of Virtual Fighter Kids. We saw like a little article in the previous issue where they showed some Virtual Fighter Kids stuff. So this is the big spread for Sonic 3D Blast, where it's like an isometric view for Sonic in 3D. Oh, and also Fighting Vipers. Wow, Fighting Vipers, which is another fighting game. 3D fighter. Daytona. Daytona USA. It's also in an arcade. Virtual Cop 2. Classic. Oh, Mr. Bones. Wow. Mr. Bones here. Hexen and then Toshinden Ura here. And here is the Nintendo 64 section. They call it Nintendo 64 Theater. Or maybe it's Nintendo Theater 64. Featuring Blast Corps from Rare. Blast Corps is up now on the N64 wrap. Got some more Turok. I played some Turok back in the day. Dinosaur there. It was a pretty difficult game to figure out, especially in the multiplayer. When you're trying to play some multiplayer in Turok, and then, wow, just couldn't figure out the controls and stuff. But yeah, there was a moment of that. Dixie Kong Double Trouble. Oh my gosh, Double Trouble. I don't know if this game is even in the Super Nintendo app at all. That would have been another great game to play under the Double Trouble category. Play all the Double Trouble games. Look at Funky Kong. Cool, brah. Look how they spell brah. Cool, bro. Oh my god, look at Frosty. Looks like the Frosty guy from Clay Fighter. Oh, ride him, kitty. Who's in a barrel? Oh, I do not like these guys here. Sometimes it's tough to like jump over them. But they would hover around. I remember these Crocky guys. There's a bird there. Squitter. Oh, good. Game over. Great classic from Rare. Ooh! Oh my gosh! Battle Arena Toshinden? Kids Form? This is a game I haven't played, but I want to play it so bad. I like how it's written there as a remark. Virtual Fighter Kids? Ha! Takara's got a super deformed game that's all new. So this is for the Gen 32, I suppose? Battle Arena Toshinden. But what is it called, though? Let me see. It's always worked with super deformers smash little Gundams because they've always been that way and sort of well, not really, weren't with Virtual Fighter Kids. It's like a standalone super deformed fighter. And don't forget, Namco added SD cars to Ridge Racer, Takara, Big Head mode, and Toshinden. And there's a way to squash the players in fighting Vipers as well. So you see the trend. One similarity, however, runs through all of these titles. Besides being pint-sized, they're all the same game otherwise. Not so exciting. Yeah, around then, I guess you would start to see like a trend of these chibi / super deformed designs for the characters, which I dig a lot. It just makes them look a lot more cuter, you know? Oh no, what did I cut out this time? That looks very cyberpunk. I remember seeing these images, but I don't know what the piece of medium it is. Psychic Force? Is this what it is? Oh my god, look at that big chunk just taken away. I don't know what happened to these. I don't know if I use them for like another, like a collage or something, or maybe I cut it out to place in like one of my folders, one of my art folders to use as like a reference or something. Instead of carrying the entire magazine around, I just cut out the page or something like that. I may have done that, but man. Oh, Police Nuts. This one looks like it's reminds me of like a Kojima kind of game. I forget what the name of the other game was. This is also from Konami. The Saturn. Police Nuts. Had not played this one, but looks like it might have like cutscenes and stuff that would be animated. Pretty neat. Seems like a noir, sort of a maybe cyberpunk-ish. Maybe not so much cyberpunk, but seems to have like that noir, sort of city hunter sort of a theme to it. Oh, Sakura Wars. Speaking of wars, here's Sakura Wars. So I guess this is the original, and then it came back recently for PlayStation 5 or whatever. Sakura Taisen, aka Sakura Wars. May not look like much to Americanize, but this adventure strategy title is likely to be the best-selling non-arcade translation of the Japanese Saturn 2-year reign. Even though it's a totally original game, not a sequel, not based on anything. It's had the remarkable honor of hitting the number 2 spot in the number of Japanese most wanted lists, beaten only by Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, I can already tell by like the art style and stuff that looks like it could be a fun game. Never got to play it, but I always remember the title and how Sakura. I think of Sakura from like Street Fighter series and stuff. But it looked pretty cool. Very 90s style Japanese animation, which would be a great segue to what I have in store after this. Yeah, somewhere there. Images for the Saturn. Takui reviewer. Man, the character design, this doesn't remind you of like something from like Tenchi Muyo or something. Yeah. This guy looks a lot like Tenchi Muyo in a way. If the animation was done by Pioneer, then that explains a lot, you know? But I do like a lot of these character designs. But I know for sure that, the studio that did this was not Pioneer. Wow, there's also a Speed Racer game. I guess Speed Racer was still popular at the time, seeing that it, early 90s, I think 93, 94, was when they would air a lot of Speed Racer episodes on MTV. Yeah, MTV would have some of those episodes aired. Let's see, let's get some Yoshi's Story in there. Apparently like an hour long, which is good. Go Speed Racer, go Speed Racer. Yoshi. Go Speed Racer, go. And the game is in 3D. Man, PlayStation had a whole lot of really cool games. There was like Dragon Ball games, there was like Sailor Moon games. They would have like Speed Racer, Gundam, all these different IPs that never made it over to 64. There's an ad for Dixie Kong Double Trouble, Donkey Kong Country 3, and a sweepstakes. Sweepstakes. 3 grand prize winners will receive Super Nintendo Entertainment System with Donkey Kong 3, Donkey Kong Country 3, Country 2, Country 1, game packs, and 1-year subscription to GameFan. Oh, man. Oh, X-Men vs. Street Fighter. Here we go. Are you ready for the battle of the century? Street Fighters and superheroes fighting side by side. Oh man, I remember seeing the arcade of this. Everyone was like crowded over the cabinet. Quite a big moment in the fighting scene. This is when I sort of stepped back from the arcades. It was always crowded with like this competition, you know? So many competitive fighters. Apocalypse there. Capcom, CPS2, PC board. Yeah, this was all in arcade. Not yet on PlayStation. Now here's the sports section. Seems like each of the magazines would have like a sports section at the end. It'll be the less interesting portion. NHL. Bum 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 bum. 2 Extreme. Get some skateboarding games. This is like pre-Tony Hawk era. Some more wrestling games. I remember playing that wrestling game that was on NES. It was like the clown guy, and there was that guy with a suit, pink suit that has a star on his face. Warner Brothers Space Jam. Oh man, a Space Jam game? Yeah, aren't they around 1996, right? Monsters Loose. Bum 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 bum. Welcome to the Space Jam. Japan now. Oh man, there's a Grandia ad. Grandia. There we go. First Grandia. I remember seeing there's a film called trying to remember the name of it. Kaido, aka Pulse, directed by Kiyoshi Kurosawa. There was a scene. One of the characters was searching around his computer desk, and there was a copy of Grandia, and the Grandia 2, for either PC or Sega Saturn or something like that. And there was also Quake 2, I think. It might have been Quake, Grandia 2, or Quake 2 and then Grandia on that desk. There's like a little screenshot that I took of it when I rewatched it recently. There was like a remaster of that film. But yeah, that's the one more recent memory that I thought of when I rewatched that film. So Grandia was in it. Whoa. I should probably not show this part. What is this here? Miyuki-chan. It's like a couple chummies there. Not sure what kind of show this is, but this is the anime section. Gunbuster. Ooh la la. Gunbuster. Oh, I remember Votoms. It's like a Patlabor. Oh, Violence Jack right there. Violence Jack was a very violent show or film. Oh, these are from Manga Entertainment. Wow, I love Manga Entertainment. Apparently, I don't know what it was that I cut out there on the side. It might have been Guyver. Maybe not. I don't know. Or maybe Patlabor. But Violence Jack is a very violent one. I'm not sure it's by the same studio, even though it says Manga Entertainment, but I'm sure they were the ones that published it over to the West. But they're very similar to like what was seen in the Guyver, like the animation style. Let me double check the next page here. Okay, I gotta be careful showing this next part here. Oh look, Wave Race issue for GameFan. Strategy guides for Super Mario 64, Mortal Kombat Trilogy, Darkstalkers, Night Warriors, Killer Instinct Gold. Alright. Apparently, I feel like I must have sent in like a slip here to subscribe to. Or maybe it must have been someone else, I don't know. I feel like maybe my uncle would have also subscribed to it. Oh man, I remember seeing this Goro statue. This looks so cool. We were talking about like Goro yesterday. Someone asked about the Mortal Kombat movie and whether or not I liked the recent reboot. And I was mentioning how like Goro was like poorly represented in the newer film. And yeah, back in like, year was this, like 96? Whichever year this was. Like about a year after the release of 95 film. I mean, Goro and how he appears in that 95 film looks so good. And then here's the statue here for $99. Darkstalkers character, Trunks, and then Sailor Moon there. Sailor Moon Super S, if I recall. Import anime and game music CDs. Final Fantasy VI. More Final Fantasy VI. Celtic Moon, Robotech. I'm guessing they're soundtracks. Vampire Hunter, wow. That's the Darkstalkers series. Or Night Warrior series. Lunar. Interesting. Oh my gosh. This ad looks hilarious. Donkey Kong Country 3. Donkey Kong's New Wild Child. DKC 3. Play it loud. That's the slogan for the Game Boy. Alright. One more look at the gorilla. Oh man. There we go. Alright. So maybe I'll... Oh, and here's the backside here. Alert the stars! Wake up the moon! Summon Saturn! Blue is back! I like how simplistic this design is. Alright. So that's GameFan. This is Volume 4, Issue 12, and then December 1996. Alright. There you go. We're about 3.5 hours in. We went through like 3 more issues, I think. 2, 3 more issues. I lost count already. Yeah, I think that was like 3 issues. So I think next we'll finally get started on Animerica. Or maybe even Tokyo Pop first. We'll probably go into this one here before we get into Animerica. Let me find the stack again. Oh boy. Okay. I also have my my art folder of like drawings and stuff. So. Oh, speaking of Darkstalkers, right there. Darkstalkers on the cover of Animerica. This is how like intertwined some of these pieces of media are, you know. I'm not sure if these are in order, but I'll try to get them in the correct order that I have them. But we'll see. Might just take a short break here before we continue. But Animerica up next. We got issues upon issues here of Animerica. So be right back. Play some clips, enjoy, and I'll be back in a moment. Alright, let's go. I don't know if I beat my record, but we'll find out. Oh, it's me. Ooh! Oh! A new record! The auto's a bit different there with the Toad voice. Oh, I'm gonna have to clip that for later. Playing Mario Part 2, by the way. 1999/2000 game for the Y2K celebration event on. Yep, I knew I spotted some bananas. Wait, is there something over here? Oh! Wow! Wow! How very, very rude! Wow! I don't even know if I landed in the spot that I wanted to land. Wow! Let me clip that one. Oh boy! That was so weird. Yeah, I don't think I can climb up there anymore. That fake Octorok just like shot me off the cliff. Oh man, you know this might be worth risking. My gosh, can we get to the roof? All right, we're going back down. We're going back down. There he is. There he is. Oh my gosh, look at his tail! Look at his tail stretching. Look at his... Oh my gosh, look at his tail. It's like something's pulling at it. He's like, who's tugging my tail? Oh my gosh, this is hilarious. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Who's tugging my tail? Hold on. Bell Verzels. The off tune. What? Are you Mr. R? The one who left Nokia 10 years ago to find yourself? Here, let me screenshot that. 10 years ago to find yourself? I forgot how to take screenshots in this. Oh, was it L and R? Oh, there you go. L and R. Get another one there with the bones in the background. I think, let's see if he turns back. Or no, he's still walking. Okay, there you go. 10 years ago to find yourself. Holy moly. That's a long time. Heh heh heh. Looks like you have no more worries left in the world. Ooh, I think I threw that guy. Threw that guy on the screen. There we go. The foot soldier! The foot soldier, look at it! He's still alive! I didn't even know that was possible. Look at him, still punching him.
He's trying to punch me. Look at that.
He's still going at it. Oh man. Donnie's looks so happy. Oh
Yo,
man.
I gotta watch the replay of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was funny.
Okay. I gotta get out there. What the? Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, look at my body. It floated back up. It's like it floated to pizza box. Oh, there's a gun. Ooh, there we go. Okay, we're back. Oh, did the Alien Isolation clip play? Alrighty. Yeah, the GoldenEye one is hilarious. Alright. I just snacked on a banana real quick. Because I was hungry. But now we're back. I wasn't sure if I wanted to get through these tonight, but I'll show the issues. Maybe I'll just try to organize it, but I gotta do it carefully because like I feel like these issues are starting to rip apart. So I gotta do it carefully. So a little short story of this one. Animerica were like they were magazines that would cover a whole lot of like anime in America, anime and then manga in English, and then you know it's like a monthly issue, and I would catch these magazines in like this video store called Suncoast Video in the mall, and we would stop by there like every month. You know, I would either go to like Sears to play game demos or Electronics Boutique. The next door to Electronics Boutique inside that mall would be a Suncoast Video. They would have like a big red neon sign, and I really missed that store a lot. I would go there for movies. You know, when there's like a new, maybe not new, but like I would always swing by the horror section. Check out the latest in Asian horror whenever they come out on, you know, DVD or VHS. But then they also have like an anime section where it's all like Japanese media. Horror section would also have like, you know, Japanese films, Hong Kong horror, and all that, you know, The Ring and onwards, you know, which I bought a lot from, and a lot of which are just behind me. So there's like a collection of that. Maybe in the future stream I could probably show my. I feel like showing the movie collection would be a whole lot. Maybe probably too much. But even while we're going through these magazines, it's like it's already a lot to take in already. So I don't know. I think this anime portion might be a more shorter session. Because there's a few other game magazines that I also want to show. Like I haven't brought in any of the Nintendo Power ones, nor even the NintendoForce magazines. That's like a spiritual successor to Nintendo Power. There's a few other game guides as well that I kind of want to bring in, but I think for now we'll take a little break from like video games and just like try to organize these first, and then I don't know, maybe we'll take a look at one of the issues before we close out. So we'll see. So this is volume 6 and issue number 6 for Animerica, and also each of these issues would cost like about $5. So I normally would have like $5 in the pocket and just like buy the issue myself, especially when there's like a, you know, something that is I normally would buy the issues no matter what was in it, no matter what content is in it. But I was mostly there to see if there's any Sailor Moon stuff, or Ronin Warrior stuff, or Tenchi Muyo, you know, because those were the franchises I was into. and a little bit of Dragon Ball here and there. I would also see like Dragon Ball Z VHS tapes, Tetsumoyo VHS tapes, and Sailor Moon VHS tapes, like laid out around the shelves, you know, in that same section. And they also have like an adult section as well. Now that I just remembered. And what else? Oh, there was like the Tree of Doom set. So this is what I noticed. There was like a Tree of Doom set, box set for both Dragon Ball Z and also Sailor Moon. Like each of those franchises had something in similar that was the Tree of Doom series, set of episodes, like 3 or 4 episodes for each for Sailor Moon, and then like for Dragon Ball, I think it was meant to be like a movie. So there was a Dragon Ball Z movie, animated movie, where it's like a combination of those episodes, those Tree of Doom episodes. I think it was just 2 episodes, formed into one to condense into like a movie length animated film. At least from what I remember, but that's just going by memory, decades old memory. So volume 6, volume 7. This is volume 6. This is issue number 9, number 10. Let's see if we can try to get this in order first. Number 12. So you can already see that we're missing some issues here and there. And it goes into numbers, volume 7. I've been wanting to like get like a, I don't know, like I would store these in like a cardboard box, just to keep them in good condition. See, this is, can't tell if that's volume 2 or volume 7. I think it's volume 7, episode 2, or issue 2. Yep, volume 7 again. I think I put an issue in there somewhere where it's not supposed to be. And then we got some Right Stuff. Let me take that out. The Right Stuff, unless this was part of... Okay, so this is volume 6, issue 5, so this should be the first one. I think either this one here with the... I'm trying to remember, the Dirty Pair, or... And this one here, Evangelion. So this is volume 6, issue 8, so this should be a little bit later. Let me get Tokyo Pop out. Tokyo Pop, this was November 2000. Just around like, you know, about a year after the Y2K. Well, I guess it is part of the Y2K, year 2000. Issue 4, 3. I can probably take a look at this. This is the logo for Tokyo Pop, which sort of reminds me of Jet Set, or Jetix. Yeah, Jetix was the TV channel. Alright, put this aside for a bit. So, let me see, volume 8 goes down here. I think it was already in order. Okay. So I think before I bought the first issue, my first issue of Animerica, which was this one, I think the month before getting this one, there was a Sailor Moon one that I saw that I really wanted to get, and for some reason I didn't buy it that night or that day. And then I guess in my mind at the time I was like, you know, maybe next time when I come back I can probably pick up that issue. And then when that day came, when I finally came back to Suncoast Video, however long later, 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, whatever, they already swapped out that issue. So no more Sailor Moon, and then this one was the new one. So then I bought this one instead, and then like the rest is history. I just continued to buy it, and then just waiting for like an old issue to pop up on the shelves, and it never happened. So they always like rotate the issues to whatever the latest one is. And this one also, I did not send any art in to feature in the issue. And yeah, like all those years, you know, even my friends at school, like, man, you should send one of your drawings to some of these magazines, you know. And but I think fast forward to now, there's like one magazine that I have put my art into, or at least they discovered my art, and then they featured not one but two drawings in that one issue of NintendoForce, which I want to show. And that's a game magazine too, so I don't know. Maybe we'll come back to these, but these are the issues that I have here. I can probably show the covers. I might not go through them, but I'll show the covers. So we saw this one right here. This is Darkstalkers, which has an animated series and in both American and Japanese. Night Warriors, aka Darkstalkers Revenge. Dirty Pair here on the cover. Macross, Summer of Love, great soundtrack. Ronin Warriors, one of my favorites. Galaxy Express 999. Neon Genesis Evangelion, popular franchise at the time, like around late 90s. A lot of the I remember like one particular like video rental store called 5 Star, an Asian family owned 5 Star Video. Each time that we go there, they also have like a Tekken arcade that would hang out there to play. Even though it was like also on PS2, PS1 at the time, whatever. The tapes for the show would always be in service. Like it was just not available for rent. It was always being rented by someone, you know. It was just it was impossible to get a hold of the latest episodes of Evangelion. But yeah, that's one thing I still remember to this day. It's like it was hard to get a hold of the tape to watch the latest episode and stuff. It was a pretty hype show at the time. Kiki's Labor Service, Hayao Miyazaki, Coming to America. We'll have to take a look at that one. I can't wait to read some of that. Mobusu Gundam, some more Hayao Miyazaki Part 2 interview about Nausicaa and Princess Mononoke. This is where I would learn about like more so about like Ghibli films and stuff. Here is Utena, Revolutionary Girl Utena, on the cover. This is by the same creator as who did Sailor Moon, and this is like the follow-up franchise, which did pretty well. It was pretty popular for some of the groups within our classmates. Yeah, it was pretty well talked about. Hype new show that didn't really shot off to popularity as Sailor Moon did, because they never aired it in the US or anything. I feel like it's a lesser known franchise, unless you watch a lot or rent a lot of tapes back in those days. I feel like even now, like I feel like the younger crowd might not know about Utena as much as Sailor Moon, you know? Sailor Moon is like globally known, I think, by now. Road Rage. Not sure about this tune. This was a Gunsmith Cats. Oh, I have this on Blu-ray. I have this. It was a like a crowdfunded Kickstarter project, I think, to put the series out on Blu-ray, even though there's only been like 3 or 4 episodes. But Gunsmith Cats, there's a character from there. Pokemon. There's Pokemon giveaways in the issues, each of the issues too. Sailor Moon and Buffy the Vampire Slayer separated at birth. I know, right? Because they're both like so similar. Yeah, can't wait to view that issue. Here is Bastard. I always remember this issue. I think I was in junior high when this issue was like a fresh new issue. But this was like a heavy metal fantasy series. There's been a reboot of Bastard, or Bastard. Bastard. I like saying Bastard. It's like an accent. And it does have like they try to go for like a retro look in the newer series. Supposedly it's more closer to the manga or something. But the original series was really good. This was based on the original animated series. So seeing this cover, I just had to get it. It looked pretty cool, And we haven't seen the back covers of these issues yet. Here's Yamato, Battleship Yamato on the cover, or Space Cruiser Yamato as they worded it out there. But normally it would be Space Battleship Yamato. And also a feature on a Chinese ghost story, which was also out at the time, based on the manga, I guess. But yeah, this is like a little later on. This is when I start to I was gonna work this. Start to not have access to Suncoast Video anymore. I think by then, like Suncoast started to change their interior, and then like they would move like the anime section towards the center. Because I guess by this time, maybe anime was getting a lot more popular, with Dragon Ball Z and stuff, and yeah, I don't know. They started to change some things around. I think by then we start seeing more figurines and stuff. They started expanding a little more on the anime section. So I guess by then, like Inuyasha was like airing on TV and stuff. And here is Video Girl Ai. Yeah, I think I have like a couple episodes on VHS, and this was pretty much the last issue that I ever bought for myself. And I forgot what year this was. 1999 apparently. So April 1999. Wow, getting close to the Y2K. And it also covers, we would say, Yatsura, classic anime dream girl. I don't know how else to describe that. Like the cherry blossoms in the background there. Very simplified design for the background for this cover. And yeah, I don't think I ever bought any more Animerica after that. There was a series called Animerica Extra, and I remember reading that in Blockbuster. Like Blockbuster started carrying these issues now, but it was the extra. It was always the extra Animerica Extras that they would carry. So Animerica Extra were the expansions to the to mainline Animerica, but like they were more covering like news in small form. So they were like smaller issues. I think sometimes there would be like it would be like half the size of the regular size magazines. It would be like almost like a manga book sort of style format, which was pretty neat. I never bought any of them though, but hopefully, I don't know, maybe I'll come across them someday and then I'll just grab them. But I don't know. I think at that time I was like not buying any more stuff, or maybe I just didn't have money or something. I would probably just spend the money on games or something, or movies. So I was sort of moving away from buying magazines at the time, or at least for that era. But I think I'll save this. I don't know if I want to save this for tomorrow, maybe another session, but I kind of want to, I don't know, keep it organized and maybe keep it to just gaming or game books or game issues for this session. But at least I got to show these, midway through or something. Probably take a look at this catalog. I'll flip through it a little bit. Oh, Made in the Abyss, wow. Did you see that? It's an advertisement for Made in the Abyss. I know our friend Carson would be really into Made in the Abyss. And this is limited edition Blu-ray from Sentai. This is a more recent catalog, because I would shop at Right Stuff, which has now been bought up by Crunchyroll. So this store actually no longer exists. If you go to rightstuffanime.com now, I think it would redirect to Crunchyroll store or something like that. I gotta be careful with this issue because this is the oldest issue of Animerica that I have. The way they spell it in the price tag is a little bit different from the actual magazine spelling. I'm just gonna flip through this real quick. This would be a catalog where I would check for DVD and Blu-ray releases. Periodically they would send it over to the house, but not all the time. I kind of wish they would send more though. Oh, K-On! I think the creator of this K-On! Series had come up with a new one. I forgot what the name of it is, which is, I think it's out now. There's a soundtrack for that too. Oh, hey there, bud. You seeing this? Looking for adult products? That's one for Bun right there. Oh, I don't think I've seen any of these shows here. Not too into like the newer stuff. Oh, this looks familiar. I think that's Sakura. Is Sakura? Yeah. Card Captor Sakura. Tokyo Ghoul is another popular one. I think that's Fairy Tail there. Alita! Battle Angel Alita. Ba, 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 ba. Here are the sunspots. I like to look at the images. Katana Gatari. Ba-bum-ba-bum. Napping Princess. Oh, I remember that one. Napping Princess. That's a cute one. Oh, this film. Oh, it wasn't. Oh, okay. This is a different one that I thought of. Art style looks similar to the one that I'm thinking of. Delinquent Housewife. Huh. Oh, Lucky Star. I know Bun likes Lucky Star. Oh, this is Zelda one here. Zelda Breath of the Wild, creating a champion. Staff pick. Holiday is coming. There's the Right Stuff anime mascot. Ooh, Mamoru Hosoda movie collection. Girl Left Through Time, Boy and the Bear, Wolf Children, and Summer's War. Yeah, Summer Wars or something. Yeah, Summer Wars. I like Summer Wars the best out of them. Out of each of them. Really good. I think he's got a new film out now. Or at least on the way. Well, probably shouldn't show that. Alright. Let's see, I think I could probably do Tokyo Pop. Oh boy. Let's have these. I guess we can look through Tokyo Pop. Let me take a look real quick. Sifting through. Looks like there's a manga section as well. Okay. Let's put this to the side. I think I kind of want to show the some of the other ones real quick. I'm gonna try and browse through. Got Right Stuff. Okay, looks like okay. I might swap back to like some of the game magazines. Oh, here we go. We got some old game ads in this one here. This folder. Got my old drawings, lots of Dragon Ball and Sailor Moon printed artwork. But this one has I don't know why I saved these, but I feel like it's a good thing that I did because oh my gosh, there's a Killing Instinct poster there. I should have pre-looked at this first before popping it out or something. Alright. Got some old ads. These are actual ads right here. We're about to see like how much consoles costed back then. Oh my gosh, Game Boy Pocket? I don't know why I keep these things. Bum, bum. Okay. Just gonna organize the boxes here. Look. Oh, I've also got yeah, some more strategy guides here. So yesterday we showed like the Smash Brothers guide, the Mario Kart 64 guide, and then I also have like some GameCube game strategy guides here, like Wario World, Find Every Treasure, and Star Fox Assault, which I also have on GameCube. And there's the official strategy guide from Nintendo Power. Oh, and along with that, there's Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. Here's a Prima official guide for Wind Waker. Oh my gosh, there's a Wii Handbook. This is let's just say that supplement to Nintendo Power. I think I must have picked this up at Walmart or something. Once in a while they would have stuff like this, where it's not necessarily Nintendo Power, but it's just like a I don't know, it's just like an extra, not necessarily an issue related to Nintendo Power, but it's just like a companion like handbook to the system, or sometimes they would have one for the DS as well, to further promote the system and stuff, and just like show off like a variety of different games that's on either one system. So this one's specifically for the Wii. Win at Wii Sports. I could probably take a look at this. Even though this is like what, 2009 or something? Handbook 2009, yeah. Nintendo Power. So, oh yeah, oh. So I guess this was sent in because I was a subscriber. Okay. Let me take a look. Flip through this real quick and see. Okay. Probably do like a quick flip through these. The download. 2009 Wii Handbook. Group of family there enjoying the Wii. Super Mario Galaxy, Sonic, and the Black Knight, I think it's called. Issues of Nintendo Power. These are more recent. Mario Kart Wii. Game Radar. Wow. Well, Games Radar. Gloob TV. Is this for music videos or something? I guess YouTube would have been really popular at the time too. Mario Kart split screen there. Mario Kart Wii. It's a great entry. There's a group of people that do not like Mario Kart Wii, and I don't know what they're thinking. It's a great entry. No buts about it. Online play, you gotta have it. Wii Sport. Twilight Princess. Oh my gosh, the Mii character design here, Mii channel. And then there's my Mii right there, up there. That's very cool. Rorschach's Mii. Huh. Sort of like a, what do you call it? I'm trying to remember the Queen of Egypt, who was not actually Egyptian. Cleopatra, yeah, Cleopatra. N4G, News for Gamers. I remember this site, man. N4G. That's where you go to find gaming news. We Speak Peripheral, that was like 2009, 2008, 2009. Bundled with Animal Crossing. Wii Sports Training. Some more Wii Sports there. Covering all the sports. Even the moms are getting into it. And the dads. Free issue. Wow, I could have gotten like another free issue here. But I guess by then I was already subscribed. Some more Mario Kart Wii. Essentials. The Essential 12. We got Animal Crossing City Folk. Online play. We speak for voice chat. Mario Kart Wii. Wii Fits. Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Gotta have that brawl. I know me and my friend Bun there would play a lot of Smash Brothers on the Wii back in the day. Super Mario Galaxy, Madden NFL 2009, Boom Blocks. I remember Boom Blocks, man, from EA. Steven Spielberg was the one that helped develop this game. Pretty fun, neat little game. Metroid Prime 3 Corruption, Fire Emblem, Radiant Dawn, Twilight Princess there, with Midna, I think. Yeah, Midna's over there. Super Mario Sluggers. I know Josh loves Sluggers here. Zack and Wiki. Really enjoyed Zack and Wiki. We actually played that a few years ago to its completion. Featured it on stream. We visited our old save file. Or maybe, I think we started out a new save file. Yeah. I think it was before I thought to like copy over the save file from the old Wii to the Wii U. Some virtual consoles here. Wow. Actraiser. This is where the classics come in. Bonk's Revenge, Contra, Castlevania, Kirby 64, Gunstar Heroes, Double Dragon, Ghouls and Ghosts, Ninja Gaiden. Oh, River City. I remember uploading footage of River City Ransom when it released on Wii Virtual Console, which is now still up on the YouTube. Couple footages of that game. Classic Super Nintendo here. Shining Force. Wave Race 64. Yeah, I remember getting this on Wii Virtual Console. Mario Kart 64, I think I also bought that one. It would pop up in whenever I boot up the Wii and capture footage of a different game. Mario Kart 64 would be at the front of that page of the Wii menu. 1080 snowboarding there. Yeah, along with Rave Race, I think. Both those games. Oh, here's that Strong Bad game that was on the Wii. One of the very few games that we can send like a sound clip through the message board on your friend list. Homestar, based on homestarrunner.com. World of Goo. Art Style Series, Cubello, and Orient. I was like one of the first to upload footage of that back in the day. Love the Art Style Series. Pokemon Ranch, another one that I upload footage for. Holy moly, that's a long time ago. Wario Land Shake It, Sonic Unleashed, Okami port, No More Heroes, big fan of that. Gosh, Tomb Raider. There's Bully. Raving Rabbits TV Party, Knights. Been seeing a whole lot of Knights in the previous issues of EGM. King of Fighters Collection, SNK Arcade Classics, Pinball Hall of Fame. Let me some pinball there. Blastworks. Oh, I remember this one. This was like a shmup. You can design your own levels and stuff. Pretty cool. The Blob. Like sort of a precursor to Splatoon. Not really Splatoon. Little King Story. I remember this one. Square Enix, I think. Oh, it was Marvelous and Exceed. Pretty neat little game. Dokapon Kingdom. There's like a Mario Party from Atlas. They actually brought it back for the Switch. Spyro the Dragon. Sam and Max Season 1 for the Wii. James Bond 007 Quantum of Solace. This was like the first like return of James Bond for the Wii. And then later on they brought in GoldenEye. With like a stealth mode. Lego Batman. Lego Indiana Jones, Mushroom Man, Spore Wars. Quite underrated, this game here. There was like there was a DS version of it too, but it's best to play the Wii version. Call of Duty World at War, I think that was like the last Call of Duty that I ever played and owned. Dead Rising Chop Till You Drop. They actually ported this over to the Wii. With less zombies on screen though, than compared to the 360 version. Resident Evil 4 on the Wii. Great version of the game. Resident Evil Umbrella Chronicles. We actually played that recently. Did a full playthrough of it for stream. I think I started a new save file I didn't carry over from the old system. Cooking Mama, Harvest Moon, My Sims Kingdom. This must be the sports section. We Love Golf. Oh, they also brought back everybody's Golf, aka the Hot Shot series. Camelot would be the developer. They also did the Mario Golf series. It was announced during the recent Nintendo Direct that a new Hot Shot Golf is on its way for the current Switch. But apparently, We Love Golf is the Capcom version, but also developed by Camelot, so it's the same guys. Hot Shot, and then We Love Golf / Mario Golf are the same developers. Tiger Woods PGA Tour. Used to stream PGA Tour 10 back on Justin TV. Pre-Twitch era. There's a small clip of it over on Twitch side. Shaun White. Need for Speed. We Cheer. Wow. Gosh, look at the guy's face. Why is it so shiny? Music Game Guide. Wii Music was a big one. Not too big of a release though. Very I don't know how to describe it. Very preschool-ish. I don't know. But you can share your music videos to folks on your friends list and stuff. It was fun for a moment, but after a while, it's just I don't know. It was not a Rock Band or Guitar Hero, for sure. Samba de Amigo, another fun one. DDR. Here are the wrestling games. Castlevania Judgment, that was the fighting game. 3D fighting game featuring Castlevania characters. Not so well enjoyed, I think. Wii Sports Resort, great title there. Do miss the dog, they never brought him back. A little bit of water crafting or jet skiing. Kind of refrain from using jet skiing as the term, because that's like a Kawasaki term, I think. Whoop. See, just here. Sonic and the Black Knight, Wii Ski and Snowboard. This one looks pretty cool. Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. Mad World, that's a great one. House of the Dead Overkill. The Conduit, these are the M-rated ones. I think Conduit was like teen. T for teen, I think. Muramasa Demon Blade, I have that one. Great game. Spyborgs from Capcom, it's like a 3D beat 'em up. Tenchu. Arc Rise Fantasia, I remember some of these. Tenchu 4 from Ubisoft. Fishing Master World Tour. Rune Factory Frontier. Major Minor. Majestic March. I think of Muscle March, the WiiWare game. I think from Namco Bandai or Bandai Namco. They were on the verge of merging, I think, those two. That was a fun little game. I remember gifting that to a friend. I think my friend Big. Because it was just that hilarious. Cooking Mama and Wii. All right. So that was the Wii Handbook, 2009. Oh, something just slipped out there. Let's figure out what it was. Oh, I don't know where it went. All right, Wind Waker guide. Let's bring this back. I don't know. Maybe someday we'll get to these game guides here. They are pre Y2K. Yeah, Wind Waker. No, actually, no. These came out during the GameCube, so it was like post 2000. Oh, I also have. I'm not sure I'm supposed to show these. Let me see. I think I'll show a portion of it, but it's still in the plastic. But this is issue of Retro Video Game Magazine, still in its plastic. Issue number 9, which goes for $6.99. You see Snake on the cover there. On the back, they would advertise Shirt Punch, or I guess at that time it was nerdblock.com before they renamed to Shirt Punch. But they would do like shirts, daily shirts designs based on like various IPs. But I guess the nerd block is like, it covers like comics and Pokemon and a variety of different things. Superheroes. Oh, there's even a horror block. Wow, didn't realize that. There's a horror block. Freddy Krueger. I don't know why Homer Simpson's in there. There's a crow there. Rue Morgue. Wow. All right. Oh, looks like there's an issue of Game Informer here. Let me check. Okay. There's a big issue of Game Informer. It's like Gears of War on the front or something. So I guess if you're GameStop Power-Up Rewards Pro member, you get sent like issues of Game Informer or something, notifying me of my expiration. There it is. Not sure I want to show this, but I'll just flip through it. Oh my gosh, I know this movie. Johnny Depp there. Super Mario 3 Land. Oh wait, we got some artwork here. The Joker. Yeah, I think that was Gears of War. First look at Human Elements. I don't remember this game at all. Oh my gosh. Got some zombie kids here. Dead Space 2. All right, the baby zombies. Dante's Inferno. So these would cover like all the different babies that's in video games. There's a baby Pac-Man. There's a babality in Mortal Kombat. Shadow of Colossus, baby. Wow. Earthbound. Baby Yoshi's. Oh yeah. While there's like Yoshi music playing in the background, there's like a Yoshi baby. Perfect music for that image. Some Kingdom Hearts stuff. Gears of War. Kylo Squad. Never played Killing. What's it called? Gears of War. Oh, is that Dead Space? Hell Frozen Over. Dead Space 3. Interesting. Okay. Max Payne, Ghost Recon. Oh, I think this is the issue that had Zelda? Skyward Sword or something? And I think they scored it like a 10. Like a 10 out of 10 or something like that, what I recall. I don't remember if it's this issue or maybe another issue. Probably not this issue. Because I think Skyward Sword came out like 2011? Somewhere around there? Alright, let's see. Oh my gosh, my back. Ooh. I'm gonna stretch real quick. Oh my gosh. I've been like hunching over with the magazines and stuff. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. Guess we'll take another look at these ads. I feel like these are kind of important for what's happening today.
どうもこんにちは、葛原です。好きなものは、生魚。高畑悟です。メロン。
隼人は健康です。好きな食べ物は
Alright. I almost thought that said Super Game Boy. Super Savings on the Game Boy. Was this KB Toys? Yes, this is KB Toys. So
皆さん健康には気をつけましょう。
for some reason this advertisement seems delicate, so I gotta be careful with this. Pocket Game Boy or Game Boy Pocket? Variety of different colors. I do like the silver one. Game and Watch Gallery. Didn't know they released it like that. Oh right, the yeah, that Game and Watch selection. Your choice for $14.99 each of these games. Who said Nintendo games never go on sale? I feel like 80% of the internet claims that Nintendo first-party games never go on sale, but probably because they don't check the store ads as often. But when I checked like Walmart.com earlier today, I saw that there's a bunch of first-party Switch games are like under like $50, you know. And then in the Super Mario RPG, the remake, you can find it for under $20 over at GameStop.com. Like, you know, where are people getting this information from, you know? It's like a myth. They keep spreading this myth around. Whereas they could just look up the prices on some of these first-party games and keep up to date. Hey there, Dead Ghosts. I'm just now looking at the chats. We got multiple chats open. Wow, that's like about an hour and a half ago. Ba-da-bum-ba-bum.
やっぱりカレーかな。若いです。私の好物。私の好物は
All right.
カレーです。火のシェフ。
Just responding to some messages here. Not often do we get messages over on Kick. Just replying to it. But we're streaming live to Twitch, YouTube, DLive, Trovo, Kick, Beam, Soup, and Noise. All right, let's check the other side here. Whoa, there's a Game.com handheld there. This is by Tiger Electronics. Got some PlayStation games up here too. Now this is based on US prices, not a Canadian ad, whereas Canada would have like higher priced, a few dollars higher than how it is in the US. So yeah, that's the confusing part about images that would spread around nowadays. You would see them being retweeted and all that. But here on this live stream that I'm doing, I actually have my own set of ads that I saved from way back when. And you can only see it here, you know? I'm bringing the exclusive, like my own store ads that I kept all these years. Just to show these, just to remind people about. So Game.com, who has this ad, you know? Other than me right now. Game.com by Tiger, portable handheld game system from Tiger, battery sold separately for $59.99. And then like a bunch of games from PlayStation 1, regular PlayStation. You got even Clay Fighter Extreme for the PlayStation. Mortal Kombat Mythology, Sub-Zero, Fighting Force. I think I recall Fighting Force on the SE4 as well. Alright, let's turn the page. $20 rebate, wow. These must be the educational PC games. KB Toys. Wow, look at that old school mouse. Mouse keyboard. This mouse doesn't even have like a mouse scrolling, like a mouse wheel at all at the center. One single click at the top. It's like a Mac computer mouse. Oh, I guess that soundtrack just ended. Let's get some Mario Party 1 soundtrack in there. Don't want it to be too loud there. Alright, so I've already gone through this. It's really interesting to see, like, even the game.com. Like, we don't normally see the ad for this little handheld. I gotta be careful here. EGM 2. They're in EGM 2? Oh, another KB Toys ad here. I don't know why I keep having these. Maybe when I walk into a KB Toys, I must have grabbed one and just like kept it or something. Brought it all the way back home. Alright, this one has like N64 stuff, so let's see. KB Toys. Biggest video game and software. Sale ever. So this is when the systems are on sale. Sony PlayStation for $149.99. 6 independent 32-bit CD-ROM processors deliver real-time excitement with awesome 3D perspectives and CD-quality sound. Includes controller, AC power cable, and stereo AV cable. Crash Bandicoot 2 for $34.99. Oh my gosh, Final Fantasy 7 for $49.99. Now these are the prices of games that were going on sale at KB Toys at this time. 1997. You know? November 1997. Yeah, this was around the time, I guess Final Fantasy 7 was like fresh new out the gate at this time, right? Jet Moto, already a greatest hits. This looks like a third-party controller for the PlayStation, Super Pad. And this is even before they even had the DualShock. Look at that. It's the first edition PlayStation controller before they even had the DualShock. So when you buy the system, you get a free controller. There's a third-party controller. Interesting. 6 days only. Alright, now we get to the good stuff here. Super Nintendo and N64. Yeah, this part of the ad has been ripped out. So I gotta make sure. Oh man, maybe I should add some, cue up some Diddy Kong Racing music. Racing Your Way, November 25th. This is even before Diddy Kong Racing even came out. I'll check out this ad in a bit. Oh my gosh, third-party controllers there. Looks neat. Some more Tomb Raider. Oddworld, Lost World, Croc, Nightmare Creatures, Castlevania. Is that Symphony of the Night? Yeah, that's Symphony of the Night. Ogre Battle, Hercules, Disney Hercules. That's all I recognize there. Nuclear Strike. accessories for PlayStation, memory cards, Super Nintendo there for $79.99. With Killer Instinct? Bundle with Killer Instinct for $79.99. Holy moly. Bum, bum, bum. Super Mario Kart. Each of these are $34.99. Super Metroid, Super Mario All-Stars. I do have the cartridge over there. Over on the left. Legend of Zelda, Link to the Past, Tetris, and Dr. Mario. Donkey Kong Country 2, each of them for $35. Now the N64 stuff. Doom 64, $49.99. Oh yeah, I remember that the N64 games also costed a lot more than the PlayStation PlayStation games. Mythology Sub-Zero here for $65. Yeah, they would go up to upwards to $70 each game. So Turok 64 here would be $70. MRC Multi-Racing Championship for $70. Clay Fighter 63 and a third for $65. Lamborghini 64. Rush. I remember San Francisco Rush. They need to add that to the Nintendo 64 app. There's Extreme G. That one's on the app. Mace the Dark Age. Mortal Kombat. Accessories there. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Now here's the other side where they show N64. $149.99 for the N64, and let me check the PlayStation one. $149.99. Wow. Oh my gosh, I love Tetrasphere. I was mentioning it earlier, how I used to play Tetrasphere a lot. It was a hand-me-down cartridge from a friend of ours, classmate. So, game choice, any of these games would be $59.99. And again, it costs a little more than on the PlayStation. Mario Kart 64, Wave Race, Cruis'n USA, Super Mario 64, Star Wars Shadow of the Empire. We got Star Fox 64, which I assume was brand new at the time, 1997, whatever. Bundled with a Rumble Pack, GoldenEye 007, also 1997, $59.99. And then on the way would be Diddy Kong Racing. I'm putting the pieces together here. Yeah, November 25th, 1997. N64 controllers, $30 each. Rumble Pack, $20. Controller Pack, which is the memory pack, also $20. Pretty neat. Doot, 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 doot. Okay, I'm trying to keep these together. Ooh, boy. We've been here for 4.5 hours. But I feel like we got a few more sheets here. I think I'll just get through these sheets before I close out. But we'll see. Alright. What do we got here? Oh, we got some Japanese animation stuff. Oh, I also want to see the Killer Instinct thing. I gotta be careful here. Killer Instinct. Oh my gosh, there's Sailor Moon here. This is the Doom tree that I was talking about. The Doom tree. So 4 episodes on VHS right there. I don't know what magazines I ripped this out of. Okay, but here. You get to see a little bit of the Sailor Moon stuff. The Doom 3. How to enter. Just tell us in about 100 words why you love Sailor Moon. The more impressive entry, the better chance you have of winning these exciting prizes. Man, I remember trying to enter into this contest here. That's why I even cut it out and sent in mail. I think I was trying to send in like some fan art or something of Sailor Moon. So grand prize, you get a signed original Sailor Moon art by Naoko Takuchi, creator of Sailor Moon, a copy of Sailor Moon Uprint software for the PC and Macintosh. 1 year subscription to Mix Zine, a Sailor Moon video, and a Mix Zine t-shirt. So this must have been from a magazine called Mix Zine. Interesting. All the zines, please. First prize is 5 readers will each get Sailor Moon Uprint software for the PC and Mac, and Sailor Moon video, and 1 Mixing t-shirt. First prize is not bad. Second prize is not bad either. See, 10 readers will receive 1 year subscription to Mixing, Sailor Moon video, and Mixing t-shirt. Hey, that's not bad either, man. Month's contest is sponsored by Mix Publications, mixing up like nobody's business. Then some more legal text there. Pretty neat. Alright. We got some more Sailor Moon stuff. I think it's probably the same from the same magazine. I don't know why I have these. So this must be the other page. Mix Publications presents Sailor Moon, the Sailor Moon Write It and Win contest. Sailor Moon is one of the hottest manga properties on the market today, but why? Exciting characters, intriguing storylines, breathtaking artwork? We want to know. All of the above. Yes. And there's like a classic Naoko artwork for this is the manga style of Sailor Moon there. It's pretty neat. Legendary J. Huck Lee. Sounds like a Korean artist. Must have put out like a comic here. J. Huck Lee. Sue the Ripper. Maybe Chinese, who knows? Wouldn't it be manhwa if it's Korean? Okay. Let's put it there. Now let's check out Japan video games. We're almost through, I think. A couple more sheets. Let's see what this has. A whole bunch of anime stuff, video games, and again, like converging both video games and Japanese animation into one. J2, I wonder what this... Oh, Wonder Project J2. I recall this and never see any gameplay of this game for the N64. So I want to see what that game is about. Man, after all these years, I never bothered to look up what this game is about. Snowboard Kid. They spell it different here too. Yoshi Story 64, Legend of Mystical Ninja, aka Goemon, Rampage, Quake, 1080 Snowboarding, Quest 64. Gex, Forsaken, Mission Impossible. That looks like a Tamagotchi game. Tamagotchi World. Interesting. Mista. PlayStation, let's see what we got here. Saga Frontier. Xenogear. I think of X1999, the Clamp film, animated film. Dragon Ball GT. This must be Final Bout because I recognize that cover art. Sea Gundam. Some more Dragon Ball Z stuff. These must be imports. Yeah, this is all the import page right here. Number one source for American and Japanese video games. Sega Saturn. You got X-Men versus Street Fighter, Real Bout, Shining Force 3, Dead or Alive, Bomberman, Panzer Dragoon. And I don't know what this side here. I think this is just like more anime stuff. Sailor Moon action figures, Petite Soldier figures, $12.99 each. Wow. Ranma 1/2. Order hotline. I wonder if this store is still available, still around. Dragon Ball Z Super Battle Collection. Holy moly. Some more Final Fantasy figurines here. Wow, I wonder if these are still available. Okay. And there's an ad, update ad for Game Shark. Back here. Whipped out of Mixed Scene, I think. Mixed Scene Mag. That over here. What is this part of? Back issues, okay. So sometimes magazines would have like, you can order like back issues by mail or money order. Ultra Game Players is the name of this magazine, apparently. They would have some cool covers here and there, but it seemed like very generic for me. I guess it didn't last long because, I don't know, they're just not around anymore. There's Wave Race 64 there, some Street Fighter, some Tomb Raider, some Resident Evil, Mortal Kombat. I think this is Trovo 1. I don't know why I still have this page here. Moto Racer, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I kept this. I wonder if... I don't know why I have this. I don't know why I still have this. Alright, let's check this one here. Gex Express. Oh, looks like there's some anime stuff here. Oh, maybe because I wanted to keep check of like the number to call, so I can import some of these stuff here. And you also have to be an adult to call and make an order. I think I remember trying to call and they asked for, oh yeah, you have to be an adult to call. I remember them telling me that. Order hotline. We got Kirby's Air Ride on the N64. I don't remember the Air Ride being on N64. That was on GameCube. It must have been like a delayed project or something. So roughly around that time, I guess. Grandia, see Grandia there. X-Men vs Street Fighter, Fighting Force. Got some game music. Walls Grows. Some Sailor Moon stuff. Some Dragon Ball Z. Mega Man. Ranma 1/2. And Evangelion. Nice. Street Fighter 2, the movie. It's like Fatal Fury up here. Yep. Very nice. Chrono Trigger soundtrack. Wow. Alright, let's check the backside. Japan Video Games. I wonder if this is the same store or a different store. Lots of cool stuff on here. Ranma game. Super Famicom. Tobo number 2 this time. That's the Akira Toriyama design art. Oh, there's that Sailor Moon game again. See the same art for that cover. Neo Geo. All right. I feel like whenever there's like a Japan video games ad, I tend to rip it out and then keep it. Alright, let's see what this Killer Instinct thing is. Let me double check real quick. Okay. So Killer Instinct. Let's see if we can connect this together. Killer Instinct. I was also a big fan of Killer Instinct. Played a lot on the Super Nintendo and N64. Sinister multi-nation corporation called Ultratech has rounded up a collection of societal misfits, aliens, and general freaks of nature, and thrown them in together in an enclosed arena. Welcome to the Killer Instinct Tournament. It won't be pretty. Killer Instinct. Oh, also it folds out like that, I see. So it goes like this. I don't know what magazine this was ripped out of. But I kept it. I didn't care about any other part of the magazine other than the Killer Instinct section. Alright, so we got Chief Thunder, we got Fulgor, we got Cinder, Jago. Man. Well, they even show the moves, how to perform the moves and stuff. That's pretty neat. Jago. Glacius. Spinal. Spinal. Oh, they showed like a little episode of each character. You know, the creation of Ultratech's spaghetti-brained mad scientists. Spinal is the fully energized skeleton of an ancient warrior. We got Riptor, kind of like the reptile of Killer Instinct. And then we got Saberwolf, spelled with a U instead of an O. Saberwolf. Combo Breaker. Oh, speaking of which, I do have like a pin. Oh, I don't know where that pin went now. I used to have it on the desk, but I think I showed it before on stream, but I don't know where the pin is now. They passed out like Killer Instinct's, the more recent Killer Instinct pins at PAX East one year. They were announcing new characters to be added to it. And along with the pin, enamel pin, TJ Combo, and then Jade. Not Jade, Orchid. Jade, I think of Jade from Mortal Kombat. Speaking of Mortal Kombat, here we are with some more Mortal Kombat stuff. There's Nightwolf. Master Profile Series 1. Fatality. This is Mortal Kombat 3. And then Animality. Oh, this is the Mario Party Rainbow Castle soundtrack. Mortal Kombat 3. I like how, oh, this is an issue of EGM that would have this, okay. So they have like a character profile for each character. Probably not all characters, but just saw this one for Nightwolf, and here's the actor, Sal Davida. Yeah. I thought that was actually the character that, the name of the character, Nightwolf. Like his actual name or something. But it's just the name of the actor. Once you play Nightwolf, you'll have to admit that he doesn't play like any chief before him. Trying to reference Thunderhawk or something from Street Fighter. Or T-Hawk. Alright. So let's put these back in. Almost reaching the 5-hour mark, but let's see. Just need to refold these back. It'll be a while before I come back to seeing these again. Probably in like another 5-10 years or something. 15 years even. But there's another look at GoldenEye, Star Fox 64, and an array of N64 controllers there. $30 there. I do have the gold controller, which is right over here. Oh. Now with a better lighting, you can actually see it a lot better. The string's a little bit short. Cable. This was the Toys R Us edition of the gold N64 controller. Let's neatly put these back in. So these were ads from KB Toy Store, and I think it was just mostly KB Toy Store. Various store ads that I've kept all these years in this little folder. There we go. Alright. I know, it's kind of important. Let me see what else. We got a box here that has a bunch of NintendoForce. Hold on. I think I'll save this possibly for tomorrow or something, but we'll see. Let me I need to find a spot to put this, cause yeah, let's put it over here for now. Oof. Oh boy. There's Kirby. So I wanted to show this real quick. This is these are issues of NintendoForce, and I've kept them in plastic because there was no reason to open them. Oh, another right stuff there. Super Mario Odyssey. So I continue to subscribe to NintendoForce. Oh, there's a Nintendo Labo. This is like before I even got my own Switch, so I never bothered reading them. But I would still subscribe to NintendoForce. The address is on the back. I don't want to mistakenly show it. And they would include posters for each issue. They would ship it along with each issue. That's why it's like shipped in plastic. So there would be a big poster, representing whatever focused game that was featured in each issue and stuff. There's a Xenoblade Chronicles one. There's a Star Fox one. Oh, there's another issue of Retro. Yeah, it's another issue of Retro. I can actually pop this open because it's already unopened. Yeah, it's already cut open. So I can probably show this one. Let me see, this one, it's issue number 12. I can probably show this one, yeah. Put it aside for now. I just placed these inside this box. Good thing there was an issue of Retro there, so I can just take it out, since I could just organize it a little better. There's Link Breath of the Wild feature. Oh, here's Nintendo Power. There's one issue of Nintendo Power. Oh, there's a Metroid poster. This is where that Metroid poster went. Okay, and then there's the last issue of Nintendo Power here, I think. Reggie there. Yep. Reggie. Alright. Metroid poster. I'll have to further organize this and maybe sometime showcase some of these issues. Maybe when they're open. But there's Splatoon. Is this one open? No, it's not open. I gotta see which posters are in each of these. Yeah. I mean, there's a Nintendo Switch there. The arms. Yeah. I'll likely have to come back to NintendoForce. Maybe when I have... Maybe I'll do like a separate stream just for NintendoForce. I'll probably have one for Nintendo Power. And then after that, I'll have NintendoForce. So maybe that's the plan. Let me see what else is under here. Oh, I've got more issues of NintendoForce. Okay, let me see. Oof. Oh, apparently there's another box of NintendoForce stuff. So here's some more here. Yoshi! Smash Brothers. It's a Waluigi one. It's a big fan of NintendoForce. So I'll have to organize these. I think it's time we should probably close the shop soon. Yeah, apparently there's like two boxes of those, like sort of Amazon size box of those magazines. All right, let's take a look at this one real quick. There's a retro retro mag. I'm gonna sit through it. I'm not gonna show the entire thing, but see now the desk is like clear from all those magazines. But I'll sit through this real quick. So this specific magazine would cover a whole lot of older generation video games, and it's just simply called Retro, or a Retro Video Game Magazine, as the full title. I would see this at like Borders or Barnes and Noble's newsstand, and I would subscribe to it for like 1 year, and then just never got back to it. But yeah, they could cover some cool stuff here and there. Too Late Man. But it's like, I don't know. They would keep up to date with like speedrunning records or just video game arcade records in general. Bill Fisher was being interviewed there, and this is the know who this guy is. Let's see. They do mention Tron Solar Cellar there. Greatest game of all time? Well, of them all. Colossal Cave. Oh, Atari guy, right? Intellivision. Yeah, Intellivision. Yeah. They would interview a whole bunch of folks from the Atari age. Oh, there's a Tron game right there. Source. Hope there's an interview there. Let's see. Oh, the Mario Party music is going. Scooby-Doo's Maze Chase. Gonna drink gallons of Kool-Aid to get enough points to send in for my free copy. Wow. Pioneers Across the Pond. Oh, I remember that martial arts game. Karate? Micro Machines. That was like the arcade version of karate. There was karate and then there was a kung fu. Kung fu. What was karate again? Yeah, karate was always like out in like New York City. Oh, I remember this arcade machine there. I remember seeing a few of those. Very old-fashioned. Spinal cord interface. Wireless, of course. Well, this was on the PSP. I like playing a 35-year-old arcade game like Missile Command. Oh, there's a Game Genie ad right there. Does it look like Mike Tyson? Oh, I think of Rally Gear Challenge. I'm not sure if this is the same franchise or not. Codemasters? Rally Gear Challenge, I think that was the one that had, it allowed you to play like MP3s. Richard and I are going to call the company Computer Food, but my dad didn't like the name. Hot dogs? That's making me hungry. ZX Spectrum, wow. From what I recall, there was a hidden ZX Spectrum emulator programmed into GoldenEye 007 on that 64. And it wasn't figured out until much later. Like well into the Wii era. 2 generations, almost 3 generations after. Bum, 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 bum. We got Taz, Asterix, Obelisk, and Asterix. Kid Chameleon, wow. Sega Genesis. I don't know why it looks like it's put on like an Atari cartridge or something. Gameplay is always the most important component for me. That's true. Oh, there's the cool spot. 7-Up. Emulation is critical to survival of the art form. The only rule is people shouldn't be selling emulated games. Oh, you hear that, bud? You hear that? Actually, do you see that? That's a quote from David Perry. The only rule is people shouldn't be selling emulated games. Got Earthbound Jim, Mike Dietz, providing the artwork. Chanel Jacquois. Best way to play vintage games is on the hardware that was intended to play them. I agree. You get the actual experience, the real experience. I do like the idea of time shifting so you don't have to play games together the same exact time as our friends. Time shifting. Time shift. I do like that idea as well. There's some things that I think about. Like time shifting is a great way to word it, to describe that sort of thing. Or at work at Coleco. Are they doing like VR stuff there? Yeah, there'll be a whole lot of interviews here with folks that work in the industry. And yeah, there'll be screenshots and old photos of past works and stuff. But a fan feel the look of the emulated version of Coleco version is wrong. Genesis does what Nintendo don't. The old advertisement there. Trying to sell the other Genesis. Greatest game of all time was Sonic 2, as it proved a non-Nintendo game could sell millions of units. Millions! Tom Kalinske. Don't believe the experts, break the rules, try new forms of gameplay. Has to be fun to play. Challenging but not impossible. Has to feel good to play. Oh, there's Ralph Burr. I don't know how to pronounce this last name. Bear? He was like sort of the godfather of video games. Ralph Burr was legendary inventor and engineer of the Magnavox Odyssey system, the first commercial video game based on his 66 brown box prototype. Yeah, he helped invent the first video game. But Magnavox Odyssey was like the first video game console, if I recall. Not the Atari. Let's not be confused. Right here, this is when Pong was created here. Was he the Pong guy? I think he was the Pong guy. President of Magnavox, Prophet. Okay. Yeah, there's an image of Pong there. I used to remember a whole lot. Oh yeah, it was Pong. Yeah, he was the guy behind Pong. Yeah, and there's the photograph. History of video games. The thought of playing games on a TV set first occurred to me while I designed a projection TV set in Laurel. Set at Laurel in 1950. It had a real good run. Yeah. It's a little before he passed. So it's a neat little interview for Retro Maniac. There's a game called Maniac. Game Eye, the revolutionary way to manage your video game collection. Oh, it's another site there. Nice. The mobile app. Got a Facebook page there. Let's see. He created Milton Bradley's single chip microprocessor controlled handheld game Simon. How does it feel to have such a successful product available at the market for over 2 decades and counting. Wow. I didn't realize he also made Simon. That's another sort of Y2K toy. Remember back in like 98, 99, my junior high year? It must have been 98. Like a few of us classmates, towards the end of the year, we were playing Simon, and we were seeing who could get the best record for Simon. But yeah, Retro Fighters. Meet the controller there, sticks at the bottom. Alrighty. Retro. That's one issue there. Let's see, what did we cover today? I think we should close it out now since it's been like 5 hours. Definitely a record, I think, for these kind of streams. And my back is starting to ache. Alright, let's see. Let's bring these out. Oh, I didn't get to show the drawings. Maybe tomorrow I'll get to the drawing. We covered some GamePro, we covered some Electronic Gaming Monthly, we did Wizard, we had a little bit of a Game Informer, some strategy guides, mainly the N64, Smash Brothers, and Mario Kart 64. Then I showed some of the covers. I showed each of the covers of Animerica, Tokyo Pop, we got Retro Game Magazine, and a little bit of NintendoForce, but none Nintendo Power yet. I still have yet to find where my Nintendo Power magazines are. I know there's a few of them, but they're not all together, and I want to find them all together so I can start showing them. So I'm gonna have to look a little harder to find them, or else we may get started on like the Animerica magazines, and then go from there. I guess, I don't know. Maybe show a little bit more of the strategy guides or something, since there's like the Wind Waker and Mario World and stuff. So there you have it. Not sure what I want to place on the front here. I'm trying to remember what it was that I showed. Here, I think Mortal Kombat 3. Let's put Mortal Kombat 3 at the top. Yeah. Electronic Gaming Monthly Mortal Kombat 3. Saturn versus PlayStation. Maybe retro there, yeah. So we'll have it like this. I think one of the most interesting ones of the night must have been this one here with the 64DD. Turn of the Century. Saw a little bit of Earthbound 64 stuff, which is pretty neat. You really need to go back to, like, I haven't read these magazines for a long time. They've just been sitting in storage, in boxes, and yeah, just waiting for time to be read again. But anyways, this was fun. I might continue tomorrow with Animerica, but we'll see. Maybe not, depending on what I'm in the mood for. But oh, I also need to hop onto some Denpamen tomorrow. They brought back the Phantom event, the Phantom Cave 2. So I'll possibly do that in the daytime, like in the morning or whatever, afternoon. So start up with that, and then maybe I'll hop back on to do Animerica or something, or maybe a game. I gotta think what that game would be. So you can find more stuff. Well, I don't know what to call this. Magazines? I don't know. Search channel magazines, or you can just head over to YouTube to find more playlists. Search channel. Oh, I didn't type that correctly. Search channel magazines, or just zines. Maybe I'll shorten it to zine later on. I don't know. Okay, playlists. There we go. I also need to figure out how to have those emotes like float up, like over the camera and stuff. Yeah, I think that's it. Thanks all for joining. Thanks for hanging out. It's been fun. Gonna take off for now. Have yourselves a wonderful night and or day. I'll see you in the next one. Later.
See you next time.